Jammu and Kashmir elections, which have been a historic election given it's come after 10 years. A resounding victory for the National Conference, the Congress doing not so well, and the BJP doing well in the valley. Let's go across to my colleague Vasudha, who will break it all down for us.
Well, thank you, Gargi. The National Conference and the Congress Alliance have struck it right in Jammu and Kashmir this time, and well, they have surpassed the majority mark of course, going beyond 47 in the 90-member assembly. And there are, of course, very important takeaways of this election. But let me also tell you why this election was historic to start with on many counts. First of all, it is the first assembly election happening after a gap of 10 years. It is the first assembly election happening after the abrogation of Article 370. In fact, there will be finally an elected assembly in place in Jammu and Kashmir after 6 years. So that makes it historic. Of course, the outcome has also been very interesting. 5 big takeaways. The first, of course, it's a big win for democracy in Jammu and Kashmir, and I'll tell you why. Let me just cite some numbers of voter turnout. The voter turnout in Jammu and Kashmir this time was more than 64%, which was more than 58% last time. Clearly, voters were enthused to vote, and that is because there has been much that the valley and, of course, the region of Jammu has gone through, starting with, of course, the dissolution of the state assembly. Then, of course, Jammu and Kashmir lost its special status of Article 370, and the delimitation happened. There was also, special tribe category status, given to several groups, and of course, SC given to some groups like Valmiki. So clearly, the valley and Jammu have gone through a lot. People were enthused to vote, and which is why it just reflected not just in the voter turnout, but also in the number of candidates. 908 candidates from several parties actually, contested this election. 44% of them were from smaller parties, and also from, they also were independents, which is why this election became all the more important and unique. The second takeaway would be the fact that the second takeaway of the fact is that, National Conference makes a big comeback here, because National Conference, of course, if you look at it, the Abdullahs had a very bad year this time, starting with the fact that Omar Abdullah lost to engineer Rashid in just a few months ago in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. And of course, while it was going to be not a great year, this really, shows that the NC made a turnaround, because Omar Abdullah, while, he had a lot of back and forth as to whether to contest elections or not, he didn't want to be a chief minister in a stunted assembly. That's what he said. But clearly, he made a decision, a political decision, to contest from 2 constituencies, from Ganderbal and, of course, the other constituency of Budgam. And of course, he is winning from both of them, and that shows how remarkable this comeback of NC has been. And then, of course, we have the other takeaway, which is the NC sweeping the valley and the BJP bettering in Jammu. This is important because this election also showed that J&K is now divided. It is polarized. So Jammu goes to BJP. BJP has come up as the second most important party with 27 seats. And then, of course, you have NC sweeping the valley, and very important seats like Birwa, and for that matter, even Lal Chowk. So clearly, NC, there is something about NC, Gargi, that we say that this is a party with cadre and representatives in every district. And this is a message that Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah have given out to their own cadre and supporters, that they are the #1 party, and which is why their dominance is seen very clearly in the valley. Of course, then you have the other things, in the sense, of course, independents who have done well, but of course they've not done so well, because especially with regard to Sheikh Rashid's party, Engineer Rashid's party, which has not really performed to do well, and of course with regard to Altaf Bukhari's Apni party, or for that matter Sarjan Barkati. So clearly these parties, there was a lot of expectations from them, but of course they've not been able to really give in that much. So these are some of the important takeaways, but most importantly, both LG and the state government will have to now work together. And while there's a lot of expectation that there will be restoration of statehood for Jammu and Kashmir, something that the Prime Minister himself has promised, there of course is going to be a long wait for that.
All right, thanks so much, Vasudha, for taking us through these results in Jammu and Kashmir and what they mean and what makes them so historic. But yes, a resounding victory for the National Conference, lots to think about for the PDP. With that, we'll slip into a short break. There you can see celebrations taking place in Jammu and Kashmir, also celebrations taking place at the BJP headquarters. More on that, stay with us.
We brought you the best on-ground coverage during the campaign and voting. Now, get ready for the most in-depth coverage on the counting day. Follow the high-stakes battle for Haryana and J&K with top expert analysis, insights and the newsmakers. Only on NDTV 24/7. Count on us.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम।
Welcome back. And another shocker for the Congress party that's already reeling from the results in Haryana. The Congress chief in Haryana has lost his seat. Uday Bhan Singh has lost the Hodal seat. He is from the scheduled caste community and he was seen as a balance really with Bhupinder Hooda, that it was his man, but from the scheduled caste, who was the chief of the Congress party in Haryana. So not only has the Congress lost Haryana resoundingly, it's been a shock defeat. They still can't accept it. We just heard that. But the Congress chief has also lost his election, has lost his seat. And so it is the Congress's Dalit card there failing. Haryana, what did they get wrong? That's something that we've been discussing since the morning, since it emerged that the Congress is losing in Haryana, where all the pollsters, all the exit polls had called the state for the Congress party. However, it is a BJP victory, a hat-trick for the BJP. And now to add salt to the wound for the Congress party, you have their chief in Haryana losing as well. Uday Bhan Singh has lost the Hodal seat. Well, let's go across to where Bhupinder Singh Hooda is speaking. Let's listen in.
आपके पास क्या ऑप्शन बचता है? अब तो नतीजे सामने हैं, अब ऑप्शन आपके पास क्या बचता है? क्या करने वाले आगे आप?
आगे क्या करने वाले हैं? प्रजातंत्र है, जहाँ लोगों ने जो फैसला होगा वो स्वीकार करेंगे हम। लेकिन जो है कहाँ कुछ रही है तंत्र में, कहाँ कुछ हुआ, उसकी जरूर हम।
भूपेंद्र सर, ईवीएम को लेकर लोकसभा चुनाव में भी तमाम सवाल खड़े हुए थे। कई सीटों पर मार्जिन को लेकर, वोटों की गिनती को लेकर सवाल हुए थे और उसके लेकर संतुष्टिपूर्ण जवाब नहीं मिला था। अभी जिस तरह के सवाल उठ रहे हैं 99% और 66% वाला, जहाँ पर नई ईवीएम्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ, इनको लेकर किस तरीके से
बता चुका मैंने। वो AICC में जयराम ने कहा है वो करेंगे बात।
जयराम जी ने कहा है कि
जाएंगे।
जयराम जी ने कहा है कि इस रिजल्ट को कांग्रेस स्वीकार नहीं करेगी। इस रिजल्ट को
अंडर प्रोटेस्ट हम स्वीकार करेंगे।
हुड्डा सर, अभी हाल में लोकसभा चुनाव हुए थे, वहां कांग्रेस का प्रदर्शन पिछली बार यानी 2019 की तुलना में बेहतर हुआ था और महज कुछ महीने बाद बीजेपी एक बार फिर तीसरी बार हैट्रिक लगाती है, सत्ता के पक्ष में वोट मिलता है। बीजेपी की ताकत मानते हैं या आप लोग अपनी कमजोरी मानते हैं?
19 में जोड़ जुगाड़ से इन्होंने बनाया था, सरकार बनाई थी। अब मैंने जो बताया उसका कारण बताया। अगर ये ऐसे होते तो इनको मुख्यमंत्री बदलने की क्या जरूरत थी? जमीनी माहौल था, बिल्कुल बदलाव के पक्ष में था। वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, आश्चर्यचकित हुए।
हुड्डा साहब, कुमारी शैलजा ने कहा है कि जो जिम्मेवार लोग हैं हार के लिए, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
होनी चाहिए।
कौन लोग?
पार्टी जांच करेगी।
आपको लगता है कोई है हार के जिम्मेवार?
मेरे को क्या पता। कोई अगर किसी को होगा शिकायत तो पार्टी में जाएगी, कमेटी बनेगी पार्टी की, पूरी होता है। इसमें तो एक प्रथा है पार्टी।
हुड्डा साहब, ये तीसरा चुनाव है जो देखा गया है कि छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश और हरियाणा जीती हुई बाजी आपके हाथ से, कांग्रेस के हाथ से निकल जाती है। क्या आपको क्या लगता है कि इसका अध्ययन होना चाहिए? क्या
ये आप लोग भी अध्ययन करो इसका।
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल सर, इस चुनाव में
आप लोग भी अध्ययन करो।
सर, इंडिया गठबंधन इस चुनाव में एकजुट नहीं रह पाया। आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ आप लोगों की बातचीत चली, जो बन नहीं पाई बात। समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ गठबंधन की बात नहीं हुई। क्या मानते हैं?
ये आपको हमारी बात क्या पता? गठबंधन समाजवादी के साथ कोई बात ही नहीं चली हमारी, ना उन्होंने कहा कभी, ना बात है।
पार्टी ने कहा कि अगर अलायंस होता हमारा तो
आम आदमी चला था, हमने ऑफर किए थे, लेकिन आपने देखा क्या परफॉर्मेंस क्या थी।
उस कमी की वजह से क्या ये परिणाम आया?
अरे नहीं, ये क्या अलायंस की बात है? नहीं, हमारे वो हुआ।
सर, इसी से एक
मिनट में CPM ने मांगी सीट, हमने दे दी। अगर आम आदमी पार्टी भी अपने उसके हिसाब से मांगती, जो ड्यू था उसका हम जरूर देते। हमने तो ऑफर किया था, बस हो हमारी पद
आप तमाम मुद्दे उठाए, लेकिन इसके बावजूद आप लोगों की हार हुई है और आपने 10 साल बीजेपी की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी का हवाला बार बार दिया। क्या बड़ा कारण लगता है आपको इस हार का, इस चुनाव में?
बता दो दिया आप।
पार्टी के पक्ष में कांग्रेस का हो गया।
All right, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, they're reacting to the defeat in Haryana. Earlier we heard the Congress party saying that they do not accept this result, saying that on the ground it was evident that the Congress was going to win, claiming that complaints are coming in from certain districts where their workers are complaining about the EVMs, about the slow counting, about how results from certain EVM machines are coming 90% in favor of the BJP. So these sort of complaints coming from the Congress party that is absolutely shocked with the results in Haryana, shocked at their defeat. As all exit polls, there was a lot of confidence that they were displaying ahead of these election results. And as you can see, if we talk about the vote share, the Congress, in fact, improving its vote share at 40%, 1% more than the BJP's vote share of 39%. But the BJP getting 48 seats and the Congress 37 seats. So the BJP, they're crossing the halfway mark. Well, let's take a look at some of the other reactions through the day. And the man of the moment is, of course, NDTV Singh Saini, who is all set to be the Chief Minister of Haryana once again. He's someone who was brought in just 5 months ago when Manohar Lal Khattar was changed. And this is also being, this is one of the reasons being credited and why the BJP came to victory, for choosing, a backward caste face as the Chief Minister to lead the BJP in these Haryana elections. So let's just listen into what he had to say. Kumari Shelja, her treatment by the Congress party also being spoken about.
सरकार हरियाणा के गरीबों ने, हरियाणा के वंचितों ने, हरियाणा के 2 करोड़ 80 लाख लोगों ने इस सरकार को चुना है और हम आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के अंदर गति से आगे बढ़ेंगे।
निराशाजनक है नतीजे। हम सुबह तक हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी, हमारे सभी वर्कर बहुत निराश हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने जो 10 साल सहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, इन्होंने खून पसीना बहाया है। आज जब ऐसा नतीजा आता है तो निराश हो जाते हैं सब। निराशाजनक बात है ये, लेकिन अब हमको इन सब बातों को देखते हुए नए सिरे से आगे सोचना होगा।
All right, so lots for the Congress to think about as we were bringing you these results from the morning. Remember, celebrations at the BJP headquarters later today. Stay tuned.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
कांग्रेस इज गोइंग टू फॉर्म गवर्नमेंट इन हरियाणा विद अ बिग मेजॉरिटी।
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
कांग्रेस इज गोइंग टू फॉर्म गवर्नमेंट इन हरियाणा विद अ बिग मेजॉरिटी।
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
Pro incumbency.
It's been quite a roller coaster since morning. Pollsters once again wrong. BJP coming back to Haryana with a historic mandate. Celebration begin as the BJP wins Haryana for the third time. Massive celebrations planned at the BJP headquarters in a short while from now. Prime Minister to address the workers. Man of the moment in Haryana, Ram Saini, the Chief Minister. BJP's last-minute CM change gamble pays off once again. Sources say Saini likely to be the Chief Minister again. Shocker for the Congress party once again. Routed in Haryana, divisions in the top leadership cost the party. Accuses Election Commission of slow counting. Will in fact complain to the Election Commission. Defeated Congress cries foul, says can't accept the verdict of Haryana. All right, while the focus, of course, is on the complete turnaround in Haryana, let me very quickly take you to Jammu and Kashmir, where my colleague Nazir Masoodi is with the man who has been, in fact, who's poised to become the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah. Nazir, over to you.
Well, I'm joined by the man of the moment, Omar Abdullah, who has won this election, not just his party, but he's winning from 2 seats, Ganderbal and Badgam. It's a double victory for Omar Abdullah after recent defeat in the parliament. You are smiling?
I think there is ample reason to smile. We've done well, better than we had expected. And as you said, I managed to retain both my seats by a good margin. So contrary to some of the doubters who were saying that this was a sign of weakness, I said right in the beginning, it's a sign of strength. I want to show that Baramulla was an aberration, and it has been proven so.
So when you actually decided to contest election, I spoke to you that time. And you said the first transaction of business of this summit would be in the assembly to pass a resolution, show the rejection of people to what Center has done on August 5, 2019.
I believe this mandate is a rejection of that. The fact that by an overwhelming margin, the BJP has been kept out of office. The BJP has won seats, but they are very far from the halfway mark. That in itself tells you that the majority of the people of Jammu and Kashmir do not agree with the politics of the BJP. And it is reflected in the way they have voted.
Your manifesto has made several promises, including restoration of statehood fighting for the 370, giving so many things to the people. Aren't you now under the burden of expectations?
Well, certainly. The burden of expectations is something that we have sort of come to realize over the course of today. It's not just our manifesto. It's the way in which people have resoundingly come out and voted for the national conference. Considering that we didn't fight all 90 seats, we fought far less than 90.
Exactly.
Therefore, the win ratio for the national conference.
And I may add, your strike rate is 75%.
Well, there you go. I wasn't aware of that, but it's a statistic I'll definitely be happy with. No, but coming back to your original point, yes, I think people have a right to expect things from us. And it is our responsibility to deliver on their expectations. Obviously, some of the things that we have promised, we will start immediately. Some of the things that we have promised will require us to work with New Delhi to get our statehood back. But I believe, as I said earlier, that the Prime Minister is an honorable man. We don't say honorable Prime Minister for nothing. I believe the Prime Minister is an honorable man. He has promised the people of Jammu and Kashmir statehood, and I hope that he will live up to that promise.
And BJP has been saying time and again, first delimitation, after the reorganization, they say first delimitation, then election, then restoration of statehood. How soon you are expecting that to happen?
They said as much even in the Supreme Court. Therefore, I would like to believe, look, nowhere has the BJP ever said that first BJP government, then statehood. Even in the speeches of the Prime Minister, nowhere did he say that only a BJP government will get statehood. He said Jammu and Kashmir will get statehood. Therefore, the people of Jammu and Kashmir have spoken. And I hope that the Honorable Prime Minister will be magnanimous in restoring statehood to Jammu and Kashmir at the very earliest.
So when we see the results, as I said, your strike rate is 75%, but the Congress performance has been much less than what many had expected, even Congress had expected. I mean, you may have also expected them to do. It is actually there was which now clear is that there was a pro-NC wave, and they were riding on that NC wave in the valley, and they have miserably failed in Jammu.
Look, I think there will be time to analyze the performance of the alliance as a whole. Obviously, I think the Congress has a number of reasons to do some soul searching, not the least of which is Haryana, because once again, exit polls were proven to be completely wrong. They were wrong in Jammu and Kashmir, where they had said there will be a hung assembly. There is no hung assembly. They are wrong in Haryana, where they had said BJP would lose. It didn't lose. That said, I am grateful for every seat that we have. I am extremely grateful that we have got the number of seats that we had. Could we have done with more? Of course. We could have been greedy and said, yes, we wanted 10 more, 15 more. Nahi mile. Lekin jitne mile, main unka shukrguzar hoon.
Okay. When you were campaigning, you had two types of challenge. One, you were fighting the BJP. And second was on the other side was also Jamaat Islami, same party and the other group who were actually fighting for the Azadi and boycotting elections. So how challenging this, election was, when on one side you were saying you were fighting BJP, but on the other side there was a Jamaat Islami, there were other groups who were saying, look, we have to dislodge NC.
It wasn't an easy campaign. It wasn't an easy fight. It was personally a difficult election for me because, as you pointed out, it came on the back of what was a difficult defeat to take. Losing in Baramulla was not easy for me to come to terms with. But whatever happens, happens for the best. And a very wise person some time ago told me that the MP in Baramulla, Rashid, he has mistaken sympathy for popularity. What he got in Baramulla was sympathy. What he thought he had was popularity. He thought that his numbers would reflect in the assembly. They didn't. And the same is true for a whole lot of other individuals who the BJP propped up. Not for nothing, these people were called the B team, C team, D team of the BJP because they were put here to divide votes. And I must say, hats off to the voters of Kashmir. They overwhelmingly and resoundingly defeated this conspiracy of the BJP to divide votes in the valley. None of these forces that were propped up to fight elections were able to deliver anything.
Okay, 44% of candidates were independents and almost all of them have lost. Were you expecting that?
Again, it is a testament to the wisdom of the voters that they saw through this conspiracy. That 44% of the candidates being independents, almost all of them must have lost their deposits.
Okay.
Now that tells you that in this election, perhaps as opposed to maybe most elections in the past after 96, voters, particularly in Kashmir and in the mountains of Jammu, said that we are not going to let our voice be divided, we are not going to let our votes be divided. I am sure that there have been voters who have voted for the National Conference for the first time in their lives.
Okay.
They probably would never have imagined themselves as National Conference voters. But they came out and voted for National Conference this time because they wanted to ensure that this vote division conspiracy would fail. And now it is our responsibility to live up to their expectations.
Okay, but you have swept, completely sweep in the valley, complete. And then we see in Muslim majority areas of Jammu like Poonch and Rajouri, where by the way you have defeated also BJP President Ravinder Raina, also your candidate Surendra Chaudhary. But if we see mainland Jammu, Tawi, Udhampur, which are actually Hindu majority areas, Congress has not been able to win a single seat. Their single Hindu candidate has not won. So how we are going to strike a balance when it comes, people have sense of belonging in Jammu with this government?
That is obviously going to be a major challenge for the incoming government. Whoever heads the government, whoever makes up the government, whichever ministers you have, a crucial part of their responsibility is going to have to be to give a sense of ownership to the regions of Jammu that didn't vote in favor of the alliance. Just because a large number of seats in Jammu went to the BJP is no reason why that region should feel ignored.
So you would give representation to them?
I believe that when statehood is restored to Jammu and Kashmir, the government must move to bring back the Legislative Council and then give all those communities a voice that have not got a voice. One, the alliance will have to find members from Jammu so they can get a voice in the government. There are no Sikh MLAs. There are no Kashmiri Pandit MLAs. I believe there are sections of Jammu and Kashmir that are today unrepresented, and their representation will only come through the Legislative Council, and I believe the Legislative Council must be restored to Jammu and Kashmir so that these voices get heard.
So you said we have to see who will head the government. Isn't that clear you are heading the government?
No, absolutely not.
Why? You have won 2 seats?
I have won 2 seats, but I'm an MLA of the National Conference, as are 40 plus MLAs. It is for the Legislative Party of the National Conference. No, don't make those faces. The Legislative Party of the National Conference.
Didn't declare.
Dr. Saab, it's very kind of him to do so, but that's not how we do things.
Okay.
The Legislative Party of the National Conference will elect its leader. Then the alliance will elect the leader of the alliance.
Okay.
And that person will go to Raj Bhavan and stake claim.
So when you are expecting that to happen?
Whenever we have, I would expect that tomorrow we will have some time to celebrate. Day after, I think we should call our legislative party, have the legislative party meeting, then sit down with the allies, and hopefully in the next 2-3 days.
Okay, you are asking me, Ankit wants to ask some question.
Just one question I want to ask Mr. Abdullah. Congratulations to him. Has he decided which among the 2 seats is he going to give up?
Okay, Ankit asking, have you decided which seat you want to retain and where you want to give up?
I've only just got my certificates.
Okay.
It's something that obviously I need to think about very carefully. But when I decide, I'll let you know.
Okay, you
and
let us know.
Just before we let
now
you go,
you have to deal with the central government.
A message for the Congress party, because now there are 2 important elections also in the state of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. What would Mr. Omar Abdullah like to tell the Congress party after the way he has fought this election?
Okay, before I ask you a question about your relationship with the central government, which you have to maintain, Ankit is asking, what is your message for the Congress? Because in the wake of upcoming elections in the Maharashtra and Jharkhand, given their performance in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir.
It's not for me to advise the Congress. It is for the Congress themselves to take stock of what happened. I'm sure they have people far cleverer than me who will be able to analyze what happened in Haryana and also parts of Jammu and Kashmir and put into place corrective measures. I would definitely not be comfortable giving Congress advice, and particularly through a television channel.
Okay. So my last question will be, Jammu and Kashmir is facing a complex situation.
Let me answer your question before you even ask it. Jammu and Kashmir will not benefit from an antagonistic relationship between the state government and the union government. Okay. Jammu and Kashmir has far too many problems for us to play politics over the next 5 years, bashing each other. Okay. There will be time enough for that when we have future elections. Okay. I believe that the incoming government must have a healthy working relationship with the union government, and I hope the union government has the same sentiment. I hope the union government recognizes that Jammu and Kashmir is at a very crucial stage. We definitely, as far as the National Conference is concerned, we will not be playing politics with this sort of relationship. I hope the union government also doesn't play politics. I would advise whoever goes to Raj Bhavan to stake claim as Chief Minister, make sure that we have a good, healthy working understanding with the Government of India.
And when the security and all these things are key issues, LG has the sweeping powers. In this case, will it not create a friction like you have a problem in Delhi?
That is, again, something for the Lieutenant Governor and the incoming Chief Minister to work out. I think there is a need for some relationship building there, because there is almost no relationship between the National Conference and the current incumbent in the Raj Bhavan. We virtually don't know each other. Okay. And I believe that some amount of repair work will have to be done, because Jammu and Kashmir will not benefit if the Lieutenant Governor decides to be antagonistic towards the incoming government. We will not look for that sort of antagonism, and I hope Raj Bhavan doesn't look for it either.
Have you got any message or call from the Prime Minister? Because he normally calls everybody when...
I haven't been able to check my phone, but I hope I haven't missed his call.
Okay. So wish you luck, Mr. Omar Abdullah. Congratulations for this victory, which nobody was actually expecting that they will win so many seats. They have won, and as Omar Abdullah is himself saying, it actually surpassed their own expectations.
Well, absolutely, Nazir. Thank you so much for that exclusive chat with the incoming Chief Minister, though he would say that the process will take place, but his father has already said, Mr. Omar Abdullah, who is going to, in fact, lead the incoming government as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. But all the eyes, while at this moment, were on Jammu and Kashmir, where expectation was that it would be a hung house, a close watch. The game has turned, ladies and gentlemen, and how in the state of Haryana. And that has given a big reason for the Bharatiya Janata Party to celebrate. Remember, since morning when the Congress was already celebrating Diwali, it was absolutely stunned silence in the BJP, and things in few hours have changed. And in just a short while from now, the Prime Minister is expected to lead the big victory celebrations for the BJP. As we have seen many other times as well, the Prime Minister is expected to reach the BJP office, where he's going to speak to the Karyakartas of the Bharatiya Janata Party. My colleagues Aishwarya and Tanushka both are at the BJP headquarters. Let me very quickly go across to them. Aishwarya, coming to you first, it will be once again a day as the BJP, a trademark style of the Prime Minister. He will come, then he will greet the Karyakartas, and a big day to celebrate as well. Historic victory in Haryana, and 29 seats, not a bad tally in Jammu as well.
Well, after initial grimness in the morning at the BJP headquarters, now things have changed. It's buzzing. and the supporters have come out in large numbers at the BJP headquarters. They are celebrating the victory as this is a historic one, most successful one for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Haryana, and they have done tremendously well in Jammu and Kashmir as well as it was expected from them from the Jammu region. Let me show you these quick visuals from the Bharatiya Janata party headquarters as we speak. A large number of supporters have gathered over here. It is JP Nadda, Bharatiya Janata Party President Rajnath Singh, along with Home Minister Amit Shah, who will be arriving very soon at the party headquarters, and senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party also have arrived and they have been seated at the first row. Prime Minister will be addressing at 7:45 is what we have been told from the BJP headquarters, but certainly doles and jalebis over here being distributed to the Karyakartas, and jalebi is something that is the focus point of the entire elections. While there was halwas and laddus that was prepared early in the morning, now jalebis over here clearly being brought in at the BJP headquarters, and certainly that's the mode of celebration that the BJP workers have. Firecrackers being also busted over here, but shortly it would be Dhanyavad Haryana program that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing to the BJP cadres at the BJP headquarters. On the other side at 9 p.m. different Mandal workers, Vijay Devas will be also celebrated. That's been circulated in large by the Bharatiya Janata Party as well.
Right.
So a historic mandate, and that's the kind of celebration that is happening at the BJP headquarters in full swing.
Elections in India usually throw up different ways of celebration. Jalebi became the focal point as far as Haryana is concerned. Tanushka also at the BJP headquarters at this moment. Tanushka, as Aishwarya was giving us a sense of how the celebrations are taking place. I mean, for the BJP Karyakarta, I'm sure many of them, after the exit polls, which have once again been proven wrong, it would have taken some time for them to also believe that they have done this historic feat, their party has achieved this historic victory in Haryana.
Bands that are playing on, there's a complete atmosphere of complete joy and celebration at the BJP headquarters, and of course they're all welcoming here, waiting to welcome National BJP President JP Nadda as well as Rajnath Singh, and of course the stage is also set on this side for the Prime Minister's address to the party members as well as all the party workers who are gathered here. As you can see, the entire crowd that is here is of the party workers who've been seated here, and the stage is all set for the Prime Minister to address the party as well as the country on the BJP, all set to form a government in Haryana for the third term. This is as of course also with as Haryana Chief Minister Ram Madhav wins from his Ladwa constituency. So this is what the environment is out here. Lot of joy and jubilation, lot of music. The stage is set all ready for the arrival of the Prime Minister and his address to the people. And at 9 p.m. there will also be a nationwide celebration on this win of BJP in Haryana. Back to you.
I'm sure the BJP would want to make a meal out of it, because even with the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the party's performance was below their own expectations. So now, of course, with all those talks of the resurgence of the opposition and the opposition, in fact, taking this momentum forward, this does come as a big, in fact, shot in the arm for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let me introduce very quickly our guests, those who are joining us at this moment. Mr. Matthew Antony is the spokesperson of the Congress Party. Tuhin Sinha represents the Bharatiya Janata Party's national spokesperson. Sajjan Kumar is a political analyst. We also have Sandeep Shastri, needs no introduction, Director Academics, Niti Education, well-known political analyst, and Dr. Kartikeya Batra, political researcher. Sharp inputs from both these gentlemen we'll get you just in a short while. And Tarun Upadhyay, senior journalist, is also joining us. But before we go into this discussion, very quickly, my colleague Maria Shakil is standing by just to give you a sense of what are the big takeaways specifically when it comes to the elections of Haryana as well, as far as this election is concerned. The big picture, Maria, over to you.
Yes, the big picture coming out of the results of today. Remember, these were the first elections after what were seen as surprise result, where the BJP performed well below its own expectations, where it had set the margin of 400 or 400 par, and it had to go in for an alliance government because the BJP won just 240. So the first set of elections after that Lok Sabha surprise result, the BJP is firmly in pole position. The message that is coming in from these results are that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's personal appeal, Prime Minister Modi's personal charisma is intact. He remains the topmost vote catcher for the party. The BJP has retained a crucial state in Hindi heartland after winning Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, an important and emphatic victory for the party where it is retaining a state where it has been in power for 10 years. So for all the analysts, they have to revisit their lexicon when it comes to the BJP's style of governance. Will this not be seen as pro-incumbency vote? So shifting focus now to Jammu and Kashmir, it's very clear that in Jammu, where there were several those, the naysayers saying that the party may not do as well, the BJP has retained all its numbers which has come in Jammu and Kashmir, has come from the Jammu region. It has much to learn as far as making inroads in the valley is concerned. Again, another important big takeaway of the results of today is that in a one-on-one contest, whenever there is a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress, the BJP, because of its election winning machine, because of its organizational power, ensures that it wins those elections, and hence they matter more than the Congress party. Look at this. There are two more elections that are scheduled for this year, Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Nobody gave the party a fighting chance in Haryana. They have gone on to register their biggest performance till date. At the peak of the Modi wave in 2014 or 2019, the party did not do as well as it has done today in Haryana. So when it goes to states where it has chance, be it Jharkhand or in Maharashtra, the party certainly is going with a lot of enthusiasm. The cadre is hoping that they could spring a surprise also in these states. The big message certainly is that the BJP's hold in the heartland is impregnable. How do you explain the fact that it has been in power for decades in Madhya Pradesh and it has continued to be in power? It has been in power for 10 years in Haryana and is returning with an even bigger mandate. Shifting focus now to another party. This is the Congress party. Why did Rahul Gandhi get it so horribly wrong? Where did their messaging go wrong? Yes, the fact is that their messaging, be it around the Jawan Kisan or Pahalwan, was horribly wrong. They did not really understand the ground sentiment. The Congress party and Rahul Gandhi's particular messaging regarding caste, regarding reservation has completely fallen flat. That is the big messaging that is coming in. Was there over-reliance on this man, the old war horse of the Congress party? Yes, but did he get too much of power in this election? Remember, of the 90 seats, 70%, almost believed to be 70% of those who contested were chosen by Bhupender Hooda, the former chief minister, and seen as the face of this campaign. He had made this about a Hooda campaign, Hooda Sarkar Aayegi, rather than about the Congress party. Again, look at this aspect. Was there too much of noise or decibel? This was high around the potential comeback of the Hoodas, which led to counter consolidation of non-Jat votes, which essentially meant that there were the Dalits or the other OBCs which felt that there could be Jat Shahi in Haryana if the Hoodas were to win. This lady, an important leader of the party, continued to assert herself in the entire elections. She sent the message that she matters, which essentially meant that the Congress appeared to be a divided house. It was not a united house, and the Dalit face of the Congress party in Kumari Shailaja was ignored. The Dalits of the state, because if you look at the numbers on the SC seats in particular, there has been a significant gain for the BJP. They actually felt that if a prominent leader in Kumari Shailaja is not being given a place of importance or prominence in the party, then how will the SCs get that support in the Congress party? So did it mean that the SCs moved away? Here is the man of the moment. Naib Singh Saini, nobody knew him till 6 months ago, till he was made the chief minister in that surprise exit of Manohar Lal Khattar. He was seen as the man who could cut the anti-incumbency of 9.5 years. He was a fresh face who embarked on a statewide yatra, ensured that that resurgence of the BJP in Haryana is maintained. He was seen as more accessible in complete contrast to Manohar Lal Khattar. He was also the BJP president before he was made the party, face or the chief minister in the state, also a member of parliament from Kurukshetra. Well, Manohar Lal Khattar completely relied on him as well. Now what next? What does it mean for the two elections which happened this year and also the state of Delhi which goes to poll early in 2025? Well, for the BJP, it certainly enthused the cadres. The Congress has to revisit its strategy. Its messaging has gone wrong. The BJP gets an upper hand over its allies in Mahayuti. They will have a better bargaining power. The Congress will have to do a massive rethink when it comes to Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. They will be negotiating very, very hard. So a long road for the Congress from here onwards, an enthused BJP as it moves ahead after the verdict of today.
Thank you, Maria, for those important, in fact, points which are coming in as far as this verdict is concerned so far. But Matthew Anthony, as Maria was also speaking about, is there overconfidence and then over-reliance on Mr. Huda, the infighting? Even before the first vote was polled, the Congress had claimants to the chief ministership has cost you a state, which many would say it was for Congress party to win. I mean, it's once again, snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory, sir.
Ankit, let me tell you this, that the 40% people of Haryana out of the 2.8 crores have given the mandate for Congress. 39% is for BJP and 11% is for the independents. We have made a 10% increase from our last time's performance. BJP has made a 3% increase. What is this decoration and celebration for saying that the people of Haryana has given the mandate? We have already made our disagreement to concede anything in Haryana because we have already got different levels of feedback from 4 major districts, which is of Narol, Panipat, Hisar and Mahendragarh, okay, which counts to around 12 to 14 seats. And you look at the victory margins also. There is somebody who has lost from Congress for 32 votes. So we are saying that no, not the entire Haryana, but BJP has played with the EVM machines, or the election commission has played with the EVM machines, because ever in the history from before the time of the BJP rule, have you ever heard the election commission's integrity being questioned in such a large scale? You might have 1 or 2 cases.
No, but the credibility is being questioned by the opposition, sir. I mean, it will.
Yes, we are questioning it.
Shouldn't it be then the case of sour grapes? 10 years of anti-incumbency, if you've not been able to win, now you are putting questions on the election commission. The BJP would say this is a complete case of sour grapes, sir.
Allow me to complete. It is not about the sour grapes. I'm not painting the entire. The party is not painting the entire Haryana. It's a strategic move from the system, from the administration. That 12 to 14 seats, and look at the majority which they've got.
Okay.
And I have been in Haryana. A lot of people have been in Haryana. Look at the BJP office in the morning till around 10 o'clock. There was not even a single person who was they themselves were not confident about these results.
But those anecdotal things have nothing to do with what the election result has been. But okay, I'm coming back to you. Let me get the first word from Tuhin Sinha as well. Tuhin Sinha, the Congress party is, possibly in shock. They are not ready to believe what has happened in Haryana. They believe that there has been some kind of hierarchy which has happened in few districts or at least few seats. But for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the whole narrative that was going forward, even till late last night, the BJP leaders themselves possibly were not prepared for a victory like this. Be honest about it.
Well, good evening, Ankit. Good evening, everybody. The Congress has always been sore losers, so I'm not very surprised at the reaction. But yes, the victory after being in power for 10 years to actually increase the vote share by 6%, to actually increase the seats by a good 16 to 17 seats, that's unprecedented. And that's what speaks of the pro-incumbency vote which BJP governments have been getting, whether it was Madhya Pradesh or whether it were in some other places. There are reasons why the Congress will find it very difficult to accept this verdict. Their whole campaign was around Jawan Pareshan hai, Pahalwan Pareshan hai, Kisan Pareshan hai. Imagine this kind of a victory is a validation of Agniveer. This kind of a victory is a validation of the pro-sports initiatives of the Khelo India program of the central government, executed so well by the state government. This is a validation of the pro-farmer policies of the central and state government. So, there are reasons why the Congress will find it very difficult to accept this defeat. But they themselves have to blame. They need to grow out of the 99 ecstasy. 99 out of 543 was no big deal, but they continue to celebrate it without being, aware of the ground
Dr.
situation.
Sandeep Shastri, I just want to, sir, I just want to bring you in on this, because what Tuhin Sinha is saying, the entire emphasis on Jawan, Kisan and Pahalwan, was it that, in the Lok Sabha election, whatever the anger was, that anger was dissipated with the verdict that we saw in Haryana? People voted against these policies possibly, and that's why we saw a 5-5 verdict. When it came to the elections for the Vidhan Sabha, it became extremely local. And while the Congress party already thought they are winning, the BJP was able to micromanage, many of these seats, and hence the result, despite the Congress party gaining 11% vote, that they are still far away from the majority.
Now, Ankit, while recognizing the fact that the verdict of the Haryana voter has resulted in not just a clear majority, but a strong majority for the BJP, we also should be mindful of the fact that this was a very, very close fight. If you look at the vote percentage, even as I say that, I'm also making the point that this is a strong victory for the BJP. And the victory is a byproduct of 2-3 clear factors and not so many things taken together. Factor number one, the social coalition, the rainbow coalition, the BJP was able to bring up as a counter to what the Congress did of a Jat consolidation.
Yes.
That was, I think, a very critical factor. Secondly, the groundwork the BJP did after the Lok Sabha elections and the overconfidence of the Congress that we are winning this election, that this election is there for us to win. Now, that was, I think, a second factor that has played a role. And a third factor, I think, the role of the central leadership of the BJP in also adding to the support or the groundwork which the BJP had done in the preparation for this election. For me, it's a combination of these 3 factors which ultimately sees the type of result that you're seeing in Haryana today. And I would not equate all other factors to say, therefore, all this is responsible for the victory.
Okay, just one question to Dr. Kartikeya Batra. I have to slip into a break. After that, I'll go to Sajjan Kumar as well. Dr. Batra, what is it that the pollsters and many people, those who went on the ground, missed that is not reflective in the results that we are seeing at this moment? Is it just that the vocal voter was the Jat voter and people in fact heard them? That possibly could have resulted in the counter polarization of other castes, because even with the SC seats that I'm seeing, 16 of those, the Congress still has gained 1 seat and the BJP has also gained 2 seats. So it's not that there has been a massive pullback of the SC voter away from the Congress party from 2024 Lok Sabha, but even then the OBCs, the other OBCs, apart from the Sainis, and have also consolidated back to the BJP. What is it that people missed on the ground that resulted in this kind of a result?
Ankit, you mentioned a very appropriate word, micromanagement. I think in terms of vote shares, most polls within a plus minus 3% margin got the polls right. I can talk about C voter, for example, 43% for the Congress, and that's 40% is what Congress is clocking roughly. And they said 37% for the BJP and 40% was what they're clocking. So within a margin of plus minus 3%, the vote shares were all fine. It is when it comes to the seats that you find that the BJP was better able to manage the election. And you mentioned the word anecdotal evidence. There is enough anecdotal evidence to support this. There are 2 seats in Sonipat that I can think of where this has clearly worked out really well for the BJP. In some seats, the Congress fielded its own independents from one faction to defeat the
just
other
hold on for a
faction.
second. Naib Saini has reached Delhi. He's at the Congress. Sorry, I beg your pardon, at the BJP headquarters. Let's just cut to those visuals. He's trying to.
सैनी साहब एग्जिट पोल फेल हो गए सारे। मैंने पहले कहा था ये सब फेल हो जाए।
Man of the moment, Naib Saini at the BJP headquarters to join in the big celebrations that are going to take place here. Media, in fact, trying to get a word out of him. But Kartikeya, go ahead.
Seats in Sonipat, Gohana and Rai, and then look at 2 seats along the GT road belt, Pundri and Ambala Cant. And you will see what I'm trying to say, where the role of the independents was crucial in determining what the final outcome was. And it's not always that the independents were backed by the BJP. In some cases, factions of the Congress backed certain independents. My point is that you can, through a survey, you can get the overall trend right. But the seat-wise calculation, which is what political parties work on, can actually at times distort the projections based on vote shares into seats. And that has clearly happened, where the Congress has gained a phenomenal 11 percentage points. The BJP has gained 3 percentage points, but the BJP has gained 8 seats versus the Congress's 6 seats.
Yes.
And this understanding, this arithmetic lies at the bottom of this election, that the BJP was better able to micromanage this election.
Absolutely.
And this is something that we were seeing in Sonipat district, for instance, which is considered to be the Huda Jat belt. Do you know, Ankit, which is the belt where the Congress has suffered the most? It is the Huda Jat belt, Sonipat, Rohtak, Jhajjar, which of the 14 seats during the worst of Congress time was giving it 11 to 12 seats. Today it has gone down to 8.
Absolutely.
It is just an indicator of how well this whole thing was planned from the BJP side.
Planned from the BJP. Many of the Jat strong seats, you saw 10, 12, 13 independents, Jat independent, leaders being propped up who have chipped away 100, 500, 1,000 votes, and that has eventually resulted in this kind of a victory for the BJP. We have to take a very quick break. Sachin Kumar, just stay on with me. I'm coming to you after that short break. Coming back, stay tuned. Our coverage continues here on NDTV.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
A fascinating election this has been. And Sajjan Kumar, if I may come to you, one other fascinating aspect of this election is that two parties which combined hands with the Bharatiya Janata Party, the JJP in 2019 with the BJP in Haryana and the PDP in 2014 with the BJP, both have suffered significant losses. The voters seem to have punished the parties which had fought the election on anti-BJP plank and then gone to the BJP. But the BJP, both in Jammu region and then of course here in Haryana, have gone unscathed, at least at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a pan-Indian pattern because that's not the same fate you see happening with the regional parties in Bihar, UP, and so many other states. But certainly in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, the reason one has to go into the community-centric psychology. In Haryana, certainly, Dushyant Chautala and JJP is seen as a traitor to the community. And the minded Jat community is very organized because of the Khap network. That is one. And because of the 370 and also because of the demographic reason, PDP has become almost kind of a nearly untouchable for in the valley, and that is reflected in the route. But what is more important, that why do we see that BJP aligning with, except Nitish Kumar, BJP aligning with any regional party or the local party, BJP tends to be the prime beneficiary. The reason is simply that BJP doesn't cater to the dominant, intermediary communities. So, for example, you have Marathas, you have Jats, you have Yadavs, you have Ahoms in Assam. Similarly, you have Bhadraloks, for example, in Bengal. So you can find that sort of a template there may be exceptions like Patidar and Lingayats, Karnataka and Gujarat, but overall, BJP gives a sense of, inclusiveness and also a sense of protection against the domineering communities. So what happened in Haryana, you talked about very appealing occupational identity of Jawan, Pahlwan, Kisan, but to the non-Jats, everything was a tactical projection of Jat interest as farmers, as Jawans, as Pahlwans, right? So when these communities project their vested caste and community-centric interest as a normatively appealing, interest in terms of their occupational identities, the non-Jat certainly will have a sense of breaking it down and feeling insecure. So you have political incumbency against BJP, but you have social anti-incumbency and the fear, as was being said, that Jat Shahi will return. And that is why you will see that this is the kind of similar template that Marathas play in Maharashtra, that Maratha caste-centric interest is protected as farmers, etc.
Similar fear, creeps in when you talk about Uttar Pradesh, where people start speaking about if the Yadavs come, then there is going to be a problem. That's the
So they become socialists.
We'll discuss this further detail. Is this also in a way, does this underline this election result for the third victory for the BJP, underline that the Jat dominance, whether it is electoral or social as far as Haryana, whether that is not now in question, but is it firmly over? That is also a discussion for another day. But very quick break, coming back, stay tuned.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux, Dulux, Dulux.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है.
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now
So what caused the Congress ship, which was hoping, in fact, that it will clear the victory rope this time in Haryana, to sink in the state? Let's just give you some animation. A lot of jokes going around as far as the Congress party is concerned at the expense of their loss in Haryana. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the Congress's Bermuda Triangle in the state of Haryana, where Congress ship has sunk in this triangle. One end is Mr. Huda, Bhupendra Huda, the stalwart of the Congress party, Randeep Singh Surjewala on the other, the three the top faces, and Kumari Shelja in the end. Now, even before the Congress ship, there was some wind which was propelling the Congress ship towards victory. There were claimants to the chief minister's post, wanted to be the captain of the ship, the Congress party, even before the ship was stable and ready to in fact sail, and that is what caused the Congress party to sink in fact in the state of Haryana, an election that was possibly for Congress to win. Now all these leaders have claimed to the chief minister's post even before the first vote was polled in the state of Haryana. The bickering, the factionalism, and we give you many examples of seats where possibly a strong candidate was ignored, and then they resulted to be a rebel candidate, resulting in the victory of the BJP because one faction did not the other to win. So in trying to checkmate each other, the Congress seems to have checkmated itself as far as Haryana is concerned. Dr. Sandeep Shastri, while we are talking about this Bermuda Triangle, what does it do to sort of a resurgence that people were talking about of brand Rahul Gandhi and the impact on the state's election that we are going to see?
Now, this has been a typical story of this for quite some time now. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, they have done it very frequently. And I think it's time that if the party wants itself to be seen seriously at the national level, they need to redefine their strategies, re-energize the way they do things. Yes, you need to encourage local leadership, but you need to encourage it in a way that it does not lead to a fight between local leaders, and in the process you harm the prospects of a party. So I think the strategy of the Congress in empowering local leaders is fine. But then that strategy has rebounded this time in the local leaders trying to settle scores between each other.
And not just this time, there have been other examples for the Congress party as well, including Madhya Pradesh. So you need strong leadership, but the party can't outsource their leadership and the campaign to certain leaders without any checks and balances. That's all the time that we have in this edition. Thank you so much, Dr. Shastri, for being with us. Quick break, news and update will continue. Prime Minister Narendra Modi very soon is going to reach the BJP office for his victory speech. We'll get you all those details live after a short break. Stay tuned.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mail-in bands. All I want is a touch of love.
And I swipe it there, bound rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux, Dulux, Dulux.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है.
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है.
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
BJP's historic hat-trick in Haryana. The Prime Minister to lead a big BJP victory bash in a short while from now. Also planned by the BJP are pan-India celebrations at all headquarters across the country.
A shocker for the Congress party, routed in Haryana. Did divisions in the top leadership cost the party? The Congress says it cannot accept these results.
And in an exclusive interview to NDTV, Omar Abdullah says the resounding mandate to the National Conference in Congress is a rejection of the BJP's politics. He says he's grateful for every seat that they won.
The majority of people of Jammu and Kashmir do not agree with the politics of the BJP, and it is reflected in the way they have voted.
Well, good evening and welcome to our continued and very special programming. We've been tracking the election results through the day, and it's come as a huge surprise. What's taken place in Haryana certainly goes to show once again that perhaps exit polls can decisively not be trusted. We've got experts to perhaps comment on that, but the BJP coming out strong as far as Haryana is concerned, but it's the National Conference and the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir, the first elections there in a decade, who've won these elections. So that's a huge development in that state.
That's right, Vishnu. And you started the morning off, early morning, going across to our reporters who were at the Congress headquarters, and they were eating jalebis. No, jalebis.
There were laddus which were out early in the morning.
Jalebis is the mithai of the day, I think. And now you have BJP leaders eating jalebis, taunting the Congress party. There was dhol, nagara, etc. All of that was happening early this morning. But how the picture changed within a few hours, and you have the BJP coming for a historic hat-trick in Haryana. So lots being spoken about what worked for the BJP and also what went wrong for the Congress party. Where did they get it wrong? A lot of analysis has been taking place through the day on that. But let's also talk about Jammu and Kashmir, where the National Conference and the Congress have got that resounding mandate. Of course, more the National Conference, the Congress, riding on its coattails. Let's go across to Nazir Masoodi now, who just interviewed Omar Abdullah, who is all set to be the next Chief Minister of the Union Territory.
Nazir, what exactly did Omar Abdullah tell you? Go ahead.
Not saying it, he's saying it.
Well, his father is definitely saying it.
Well, Omar is clearly saying he is... Yeah, Farooq Abdullah has already announced that Omar Abdullah will be the Chief Minister, and Omar Abdullah said it is so gracious of him, but it will be the party's legislature party that will decide, and it will be then the alliance that will decide. That would be, these are just technical terms, and then they will go to the Raj Bhavan and stake claim. But the bigger thing one was that he said he was not expecting this mandate, a decisive mandate for the National Conference, given the fact that over the last, we have seen more than 2 decades, there was a fractured mandate in Jammu and Kashmir. No party was winning the absolute majority or closer to absolute majority. And
Nazir,
for the first time, somebody has actually crossed that threshold at 20.
Sorry, Nazir, the audio to you is a bit low. We'll come back to
you. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
You can hear me. No, I just wanted to ask you about the PDP. They contested in 81 seats. They ended up down 25 from last time. Many would suggest that, the future of the party itself, its politics in the valley, the future of that is very much in doubt. What exactly is the PDP, Mehbooba Mufti, Iltija Mufti, what exactly are they saying about what they've done or poorly they performed in these elections?
Well, it is the biggest setback for the PDP after its formation in '99. So they have never suffered such a defeat. They were on the rise. Every election they were increasing their seats. But after abrogation of Article 370, we have seen most of the leaders left the party. Some of them returned to the party ahead of parliament elections, but they could not improve their performance. Biggest setback was not that people left the party, but biggest setback was that the people didn't trust them. And that's why they suffered this actually rout, just winning 3 seats. And on the other side, we have National Conference, which had a 75% strike rate. That is the best any party can hope and manage. And the PDP was really struggling even in these 3 seats, and they hardly managed to win them. So it is a now we see the one party in Kashmir Valley. Earlier, votes used to be divided among so many players, and a national conference winning this mandate, despite the fact there were 44% independent candidates who are seen to be fielded to fracture, divide the votes in Jammu and Kashmir. But that has not happened. Even in the Pir Panjal region, where the BJP had given the scheduled tribe status to the Pahari speaking community, but it was a decisive mandate for the national conference in Poonch Rajouri region as well. And even it is again in the Poonch, where in Naushira constituency, BJP President Ravinder Raina lost, and he was defeated by National Conference Surendra Chaudhary by a decisive margin. So in many ways it was a historic election because number one, first after a decade was assembly election. Second thing, that first election after abrogation of Article 370, and Omar Abdullah seeing that this mandate is a rejection of BJP's decision of stripping J&K of its special status and the statehood, and then he goes to say that the first thing Prime Minister should now keep his promise which he has made with the people of Jammu and Kashmir and the country, that is restoration of the Jammu and Kashmir statehood, that because government and the Home Minister has been repeatedly saying that first was the delimitation, then elections in Jammu and Kashmir, then the restoration of statehood. Omar Abdullah said this should be done without any further delay so that the people will get the real, fruits of democracy and the governance in Jammu and Kashmir.
All right,
Otherwise,
hold that thought. I'm just going to introduce our panelists at this stage. We've got Shazia Ilmi of the BJP with us, Sanjay Kumar with us in the studio, the well-known cephalogist, Swati Malik, the spokesperson of the Congress as well. Sanjay, I must ask you first, at about what, Gargi, 9 in the morning, when we thought that it was going to be a complete rout of the BJP in Haryana, exit polls now disastrously long. It was meant to be very close in Jammu and Kashmir. It doesn't seem to be terribly close this time around. The NC comfortably coming to power. So as somebody who tracks elections, is into cephalogy, what does this once again say about the process of cephalogy? I mean, people want a simple question: can we trust it or not?
Yes, if you look, if you go by the 2024 Lok Sabha elections fiasco and the Haryana fiasco, there's no doubt that the people's trust in exit poll has gone down.
Yeah.
But I don't think the curiosity of the people in exit poll has gone down. Next time again there is an election, you show the exit poll, people will still watch. But I think there is a need for those people, for all those people who do exit poll, to do an introspection that why this is happening, and they should stick to the basic output of an exit poll. You have to tell the voters, you have to tell the viewer about the vote share estimate. When you do an exit poll or a pre-poll or a post-poll, you actually get an estimate of votes. So the vote share is a real indicator, because look at what has happened. Almost the same vote share for BJP and Congress. 1% difference between.
In fact, Congress is a little ahead in vote share.
Not anymore. No anymore. It's a
0.7%, a very slim difference.
0.7% ahead. BJP is ahead in terms of vote share. But look at the seat share.
The number of seats, yes.
So that one has to be very, very cautious. What do you need to put out based on an exit poll?
All right, well, let's go across to Swati Malik, who, it's been a shock for the Congress party today, given the way you started in the morning and what the results were finally, emerged. Congress party, we heard Pawan Khera, Jairam Ramesh talking about how they do not accept this. There was also questions being raised about how long it was taking for the Election Commission to put out the numbers.
Again, I'm sure you would have also heard Mr. Khera also say about how many seats he was talking about. So it's not like we are questioning all the EVMs or, washing out entire Haryana. It's only about 13 to 14 seats that he was talking about, where our candidates had lodged the complaint right in the morning at 8:30. That was even before any sort of results coming out, or at the best in our favor. That's when it was, right? That's when those complaints were registered and lodged. So we will take that forward with as was stated in our press conference. But coming to the election, of course, Haryana, we were expecting a better result. There's no denial of that. Something seems to have gone wrong, that we are not able to convert our vote share into seats, as you were discussing right now. So that, of course, requires an introspection. But yes, there is an increase of 11% vote share this time. We were only, 28% last time. And this time we are 39. So there is an increase of 11% vote share. We are not thrilled with the Haryana results because, like I said, we were expecting much better. We were expecting up to 60 seats. So settling for what we are settling for now is not the ideal scenario. But we will be obviously looking into what went wrong, whether it was the senior leadership, so-called dispute between each other, as the media was trying to project, what led to us not being able to convert. We can't just brush it under the carpet to say, no, we are very happy. We've gained, 8 seats, and we've 8%, sorry, and we've gained about, 6 seats. We can't be happy with that. We are expected to do better.
Has the Congress party, do you accept that these were fair elections, that the EVM process worked? I asked this because Jairam Ramesh wrote to the Election Commission, and the Election Commission promptly said that, the allegations that he made, or the questions, or the aspersions that he cast were inaccurate. So that being the case, does the Congress accept the response of the EC?
Not right now, Vishnu, not except for those 15 seats that we are talking about, because like in the press conference, we also stated that we are collecting all the complaints right now and we'll take it up in the court if need be. First, we'll go back to Election Commission with everybody's complaints together, not just one or two. And thereafter, we will be taking it up with the court if required. So
what is the essential problem? The slow count, right, in certain areas. Is that what your concern essentially is? Linked to, because the counter argument to that is that you had your booth workers over there, you had people actually monitoring the process in every center. So where was the mistake that was potentially made?
The mistake was these EVMs, these EVMs, they had 99% battery in those. And the other set of EVMs had about 60%. So after casting of votes, the EVMs are not supposed to be touched. So how did that happen that there was 60% battery, and the other EVMs which had 99% batteries? And it was essentially the 99% battery EVMs where the Congress lost. When those votes were counted, that is where the Congress was losing in those EVMs. So that is what we are going to be taking up with the Election Commission, and then when the courts if need.
Right.
This was the point made by Pawan Khera in the press conference as well. Let's go across to Shazia Ilmi, also Manisha Priyam there with us. We'll just come to you in a moment, ma'am. First, Shazia Ilmi, congratulations. A historic hat-trick for the BJP in Haryana. Your comments, and we're expecting the Prime Minister to arrive at the headquarters in a short while from now.
Thank you, Gargi. And I would like to say that, I don't know how you don't appear amused at all that is being said by Swati Malik, because I indeed am. Pawan Khera said it today, Jairam Ramesh said it today. If at all they are to cast aspersions on the EVMs, Omar Abdullah will be the first one to take them on. And I don't think they should do it to their own partner, so to speak, and a friend and an ally. So that's one. Two, I think, yes, it just goes on to say that exit polls are more wrong than right, and that's one thing. Haryana, definitely, it's just fantastic. The way across the spectrum, when I see also the vote share, it's fantastic. And if you look at constituency-wise and across different sectors, clearly people have rejected the false narrative of, Jats versus Jatavs and these versus that. They have voted as voters, as citizens,
right? People
who are affected by governance, and they don't want to fall prey to any kind of propaganda machinery that shows them the subs bark, so to speak, and delivers little. So I think that is very, very evident here. And also this whole thing of Jawan, Kisan, and the Pehelwan, and all that movement doing the rounds, and that will really do BJP in, has not worked at all whatsoever. Also, I would like to say where Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, there also it's a very lackluster performance by the Congress
Shazia, can I just
party.
ask you to hold off on Jammu and Kashmir? We'll talk about that at length. I just want to discuss a little bit more about Haryana, bring in Manisha Priyam at this stage. Manisha, if you look at the Congress and its performance, three factors which I can think of the top: internal strife and factionalism, over-dependence on Jat votes, and leadership and candidate selection. This is obviously in hindsight. The counter-argument is that they had a wave going in their favor, which evidently was not the case. But the 3 points that I've said, internal strife, factionalism, over-dependence on Jat votes, and a candidate selection. Do you believe that these were the 3 reasons why they've lost these elections?
All this is post-facto explanation,
Absolutely.
right?
Always.
We have that benefit now.
All this is post-facto election. let's first say one thing, that the BJP has won this election, okay? And till, 59 seconds ago, when you suddenly saw the BJP notching up the seats, everybody was concentrated on Jammu and Kashmir, I remember in the morning. And I suddenly noticed the corner where the sides had flipped.
Yes, absolutely.
And
Yeah,
the BJP then held on. So I would say this has been the most spectacular turnaround in state elections that I have seen in the 1.5 decades that I've been around. And I can tell you that all today, with due respect, the number cruncher survey business has not been able to explain what has happened in Haryana. And I believe we need to understand that even if there is a wave election, this is what this election is telling you. There are issues of strategy and management that the BJP has done very well, whether it's turning the voters out. Part of it was understood when we spoke about Panna Pramukhs, etc. And second, I think the Congress party never anticipated the game of the opposition. The Congress party had too much going in terms of a pro-Congress narrative. In research terms, we say that when you focus too much on the dependent variable, it gets too close to the outcome, and therefore the research is not plain and clear. Too much narrative that favored the Congress. Was the BJP fighting this election, or it said, oh, because of the narrative the Congress is winning, so I'll go and sleep at home? No. The BJP is fighting this election. Did the media or the researchers on the ground or even the pollsters get the stories about who, for example, from the BJP or the RSS were sitting on the ground and managing these elections? For example, the Jat factor, etc. Will we discuss the fact that Satish Punia, the very important Jat leader from Rajasthan, it's erstwhile BJP leader in the state of Rajasthan, not in the Vasundhara camp, has been camping in Haryana in Rohtak, which is the god of the Jat leadership, for the last 4 or 5 months. And the news that I would get that they would be able to turn this around. So I am not buying any pop theory saying, oh, the Jat versus non-Jat. Maybe the Jats also voted the BJP. Dharmendra Pradhan, for example, parked there. No noise, no message heard on the BJP side. Certainly, very quietly, the elections have been fought by them, won with thin margins, maybe at the nth hour.
Sure. Okay, Manisha, just hold on for a second. I do need to take a short break at this stage because we should be getting
and we
video
were bringing
of the Prime Minister
of the Home Minister arriving.
In a little while. The Prime Minister will be arriving in a little while. The Home Minister has already arrived at the BJP headquarters. So we'll be cutting across to those images. And of course, the Prime Minister will be speaking in some time from now. We'll be back in just the next few moments.
I don't ever know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them man. All I want is a touch of love.
And I swipe it there, pound rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
Welcome back. A historic hat-trick in Haryana for the BJP today. National Conference and Congress winning in Jammu and Kashmir. Though the BJP didn't do too badly in Jammu at least, and it gained a few seats there as well. In a short while from now, the BJP at the BJP headquarters, big celebrations to take place. The Prime Minister will be arriving already. Top leadership, a lot of it has arrived there. We saw Home Minister Amit Shah arriving in just a short while from now. And Vishnu, they really want to, emphasize this victory that they've got in Haryana, especially I think after the Lok Sabha election. So there'll be celebrations in headquarters of the BJP across the country. Now, before we went into the break, we were talking about the reasons leading to the defeat of the Congress party, whether it be the Huda factor, infighting, reading it wrong, whether the Jats got too boisterous in anticipation of their victory, and that put off the other caste. But Sanjay Kumar here in the studio with us. Let's talk about what led to the BJP victory. What worked in their favor? Of course, there's brand Modi that one talks about. This formula that the BJP has of changing the chief minister just a few months ahead of elections. Also there, we were speaking about how independence in Jammu and Kashmir did not, dent the national conference. But earlier on in the morning, there was talk about how a lot of the independents, perhaps Jat leaders, strong leaders who were put up by the BJP in various seats could have eaten into that vote as well. So in your mind, what worked for the BJP?
No, one thing is very clear. This is the BJP's victory. And why do I say that? Some facts to be mentioned. Look at 2014 assembly election, BJP's vote share was 33%. Then 2019 assembly election, BJP's vote share went up to 37%. And if you look at 2024 assembly elections, BJP vote share touches 40%. It is not a victory by default that anti-BJP votes got split and by default BJP managed to win election. This is a convincing pro-BJP vote because BJP's vote has gone up. Now, what's the reason? Because we were hearing of Jat, Pahalwan, Kisan, etc. that these sections are unhappy. Yes, I am not ruling out, I am not saying that since BJP has registered a good victory, these were not issues on the ground. There were these issues on the ground, and that is how Congress has also managed to get roughly about same proportion of votes. But I think what has happened is that what Manisha Priyam mentioned, the micromanagement of the election, while there was a noise being created by Congress that there is a massive wave in favor of Congress, but I think BJP workers kept working on the ground. Manisha did mention that if there was a momentum, there was a perception that Congress has gained a massive momentum, does that mean that BJP was sitting at home, they were not contesting election? I think the party workers were working on the ground, the leaders were working on the ground, and we know that all that hard work by the BJP has now paid the dividend.
Sure.
So credit must be given to the BJP rather than saying by default BJP managed to win election.
Let's just talk a little bit about the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. We've got Manisha Priyam also with us. Manisha, if you take a look, we don't have Manisha as yet. In fact, let me, Sanjay, come back to you on this. In fact, the Congress did fairly badly in Jammu and Kashmir. They're down 6 from last time. In 2014, they'd won 12 seats. They're down to 6. The alliance won the election on the back of an incredible performance by the National Conference. And the BJP was up 4 from last time. Clearly not enough. But what explains the National Conference's incredible success this time around? 42 seats, 0 last time.
I think the people really sensed, the voter wanted a change from how the state was being governed. It is not no more a state. So there was a big aspiration or big desire among the people that we want statehood to be restored. And the idea was, since BJP in a proxy manner has been ruling the state for the last 5 years, they wanted a change, and the voters wanted to figure out which is the party which can really bring about the change, which is really in a position to win election. PDP was not in a situation to win election. There were smaller other parties which were contesting in the valley. They did get few seats. So in the voters' mind, it was the NC Congress alliance which could defeat BJP and form a government in the state. I think that's what resulted into a very large or a very decisive victory for National Conference in the valley, and they managed to get a very large number of seats or a sizable number of seats even in the Jammu region.
Right, so much so even Omar Abdullah, seemed somewhat surprised when he, in that interview to NDTV's Nazir Masoodi. We're also joined by Syed Junaid Hashmi, senior Kashmiri journalist. Your reading of these election results and what do you feel worked in the favor of National Conference leading to this astounding victory?
National Conference was able to convey to the people in Kashmir that there is not an ordinary election. It's an extraordinary election. It's about the identity. It's about the identity of Jammu and Kashmir. It's about the people of Jammu and Kashmir. So, and they were able to convince voters that if you do not vote for us, there's no other alternative. The number of alternatives that they had in Kashmir Valley, National Conference was again able to convince people that they are all backing for New Delhi. And if you want your own government, you have to vote for us. This seems to have struck chord with the voters in Kashmir Valley, and that's why this resounding victory for National Conference. They have got 42 seats, and if you add around five rebels in it, National Conference has 47 on its own. So it's like it's a resounding victory, and it's the second highest tally that they have had since 1996. In 1996, they got 57. Today, they have 42. On the other hand, Congress could not do well. Congress has got 6 seats. Of these 6, 5 are again from Kashmir Valley. So it's everything on the back of National Conference. And I must credit Omar Abdullah and his party for being able to convince ordinary Kashmiri voters that you have to vote for us. It was very difficult. The Awami Ittihad Party, Jammu Kashmir Apni Party, Jammu Kashmir People's Conference, there were so many alternatives. Everybody turned against you during the elections, but it is what happened prior to these elections that was there and National Conference was able to micromanage everything. That's why this resounding is.
Sanjay, if you talk about identity politics and regional sentiment, which are so key in any Kashmiri election campaign, it just seems that the National Conference has gained this across the state completely at the cost of the PDP. Do you believe it was the PDP's previous association with the BJP, together that formed a government in Jammu and Kashmir, which has perhaps impacted voters in a particular way, that the PDP associated with the BJP, this is a vote against the BJP, and the National Conference perhaps owns that space of regional sentiment?
Absolutely. At this moment, it also looks like that the poor performance of the PDP is likely because PDP has aligned with the BJP, and remember that was an election which PDP contested against the BJP. Yeah. So you are contesting against a party, but when it comes to forming a government, you form the government with the same party. Look at what happened to the JJP in Haryana. Last election, JJP formed government with BJP when they were contesting against BJP, and what has happened to JJP in Haryana. More or less the similar fate of PDP in Jammu and Kashmir. So for the voter, the party which they were able to figure out, a party which can represent the regional identity, a party which can represent the interest of the state as such, and a party which can defeat the BJP at the national level or at the state level, was National Conference. And I think that's why a very large number of voters decided to go along with the National Conference, and we see a very good performance of National Conference, not only in the valley, but also in Jammu region.
Junaid, if we talk about Omar Abdullah for a moment, this was somebody who had a shocking defeat in the Lok Sabha elections. Engineer Rashid came out of the jail, defeated him by a margin of about 2 lakh odd votes. At that stage, he said that he wasn't interested in the assembly. He was coerced into taking part in the assembly. He's going to be the chief minister once again, and a resounding victory for him, not in one but in both constituencies that he represented. So in a sense, it is also the resurgence of Omar Abdullah, former chief minister, as once again the dominant leader in Jammu and Kashmir, and certainly in his party.
Yes, Omar Abdullah has won both his constituencies convincingly. Badgam as well as Gandhar. He has retained his bastion while he has done extremely well in Badgam. But Vishnu, my concern is, right now I was hearing Sanjay when he said that National Conference has defeated BJP. Let me correct Sanjay, it's not. National Conference has not defeated BJP. In fact, what has happened is that it's complete communal polarization which has worked and which has benefited National Conference like anything. I'll cite you an example. National Conference has won 42 seats, and of these 42 seats, it has managed to win only 2 seats. It has only managed to win only 2 seats which are Hindu majority. One is Naushera, where the Bharatiya Janata Party president has lost, and the other one is Ramban, where Arjun Singh Raju of National Conference has won. Rest 40 seats it has won from all the Muslim-dominated constituencies. On the contrary, BJP has got 29 seats. They are all from the Hindu-dominated assembly constituency. My worry and my concern is that it looks like apparently it's a government which has the overwhelmingly mandate of the Muslim population of Jammu and Kashmir, and it is a government which would be facing an opposition in the Legislative Assembly which has our overwhelming mandate of the Hindu population of Jammu and Kashmir. So, and secondly, let me talk about this is something which should worry Omar also. I think Omar was talking to NDTV, and Omar said this, that yes, Jammu is a challenge. I'm looking towards this challenge, and I'll try to build bridges. But how will Omar build bridges? That's a big question. And this is the worry. Right. It's not like the...
Right, but there was a gracious statement saying that it doesn't mean we'll ignore Jammu and we'll continue to, we will focus and build bridges with them. But let's show you what's happening at the BJP headquarters. And Amit Shah arrived early, and just now Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister there, arriving in a short while from now. We are expecting. All right, before that, NDTV's Gurpreet Chinna has done an interview with the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. Let's just listen in.
We can see the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. He's waving his hand to his all followers and supporters also. So these are the pictures and visuals which we are showing at this point of time. How Naib Singh Saini is also waving his hands to all his supporters who had voted him. So sir, so we can see.
लाडवा के लोगों का प्यार है, नमस्कार सर, इनका आशीर्वाद है, लाडवा के लोगों का आशीर्वाद, प्यार, बधाई है आप सबको। सैनी साहब, एग्जिट पोल फेल हो गए सारे। मैंने पहले कहा था, ये सब फेल हो जाए।
We can see the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, is getting a huge response, and he is also waving his hand to all his supporters and voters because he feels it's the victory of the people, and that is one of the reasons why Naib Singh Saini, he held a road show to just say thanks to all the voters and supporters who elected him as an MLA from Ladwa constituency, and now he wants to continue this road show to just say thanks to all the voters. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Gurpreet Singh Chinna for NDTV.
Well, let's go straight across to the BJP headquarters. The Prime Minister will be speaking there in a little while from now. For that, it's across to my colleague, Aishwarya.
Well, there are celebrations at the BJP headquarters as far as the event is concerned, which is going to start just short moments from now. Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has already arrived, and now in a short while it would be Prime Minister Narendra Modi who will be arriving over here, and there you can see Haryana एवं जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता का हार्दिक अभिनंदन व आभार. That's the poster that had been placed at the BJP headquarters, with large number of supporters gathered over here at the BJP headquarters today morning. It was very dull as there were not many supporters who turned up, but as the day ended and the evening hit, a lot of supporters have arrived over here. आप लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं, प्रधानमंत्री कुछ देर में आपसे संबोधन करने वाले हैं. किसको क्रेडिट जाता है इस प्रचंड जीत?
देखिए, नो डाउट ये सीधा सीधा हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नीतियां जो देश में बेरोजगारी दूर करें, जन जन तक योजनाएं जा रही हैं। जहां पहले करप्शन होते थे आज वहां भ्रष्टाचार खत्म हो रहा है। और मोदी जी के जिस तरह से बिना खर्चा पर्ची के हरियाणा के लोगों में जो नौकरियां गरीबों को लगी हैं और जो 10 साल में डिलीवर किया है, लोग कहते हैं ना कि फैक्ट्री में जलेबी नहीं, जलेबी जिनको यही नहीं पता जलेबी कहाँ।
परफॉर्मेंस एट वर्क 10 सालों में जो डिलीवर किया है उसके बाद ये नतीजा देखने को मिला है। आप लोग किसको क्रेडिट देंगे इस जीत का? हैट्रिक इस बार हुई है भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
हरियाणा में ईमानदार सरकार चली, चाहे मुख्यमंत्री मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी थे या नायब सिंह सैनी जी थे। डबल इंजन की सरकार, नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नीतियों की सरकार की ये विजय है। हमने जातियों में नहीं बांटा, उन्होंने 4 वर्गों में बांटा, अन्नदाता, किसान, गरीब, 4 इनको भागों में बांटकर मोदी जी ने सर्व समाज के लिए काम किया। और वही समर्थन आजादी के बाद सबसे बड़ा इतिहास है ये देश में रचा गया, जो हरियाणा में तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी।
फॉर ऑल these sectors is something that had worked for the भारतीय जनता पार्टी। आपको क्या लगता है, क्या फैक्टर्स रहे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इस जीत के हरियाणा के अंदर?
देखिए, हमारे माननीय देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का मार्गदर्शन और उनकी नागरिकों के प्रति निष्ठा, गरीब, किसान, युवा, महिलाओं, वंचितों के लिए जो योजनाएं हैं पूरे देश के अंदर चल रही हैं, उनको स्वीकार किया है और विकसित भारत की तरफ, भारत 2047 की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, उसको हरियाणा की जनता ने स्वीकार किया है। इसलिए मोदी जी हैं तो
इस हरियाणा की जीत का असर अब आपको लगता है महाराष्ट्र, झारखंड, दिल्ली पर भी पड़ेगा?
देखिए, एक साहित्यिक व्यक्तियों में अभी एक लाइनें बन गई हैं कि हरियाणा में बना है लड्डू, हरियाणा में बना है लड्डू, जम्मू में बनी जलेबी है। लोग कहते हैं ना जलेबी मत बनाओ, सीधा मुद्दे पे आओ, तो राहुल गांधी कोई मुद्दे पे आए नहीं। तो हरियाणा में बना है लड्डू, जम्मू में बनी जलेबी है और आपका हो गया पर्दाफाश। यही लोकतंत्र की खूबी है। हरियाणा में 1000 वोट से भी कम हर सीटों पे मिले हैं। अभी समय का क्या रुझान था, लेकिन जब मैं देखा तो मतलब हरियाणा में आम आदमी पार्टी की जमानत जब्त हो गई और दिल्ली में भी जब्त होने वाली है।
After the exit polls, the workers who were not much enthusiastic, now the happy faces can be seen over there, enthusiastic workers at the BJP headquarters. किसको देंगे जीत का क्रेडिट? इसका असर पड़ने वाला है आगे वाले चुनाव पर।
ये चुनाव है लोकतंत्र की जीत का, इस पे झूठ का और बुलबुलों का दोनों का हिसाब जनता ने किया है। जलेबी फैक्ट्री को बंद किया है, झूठ की फैक्ट्री को बंद किया है, किसानों के झूठे आंदोलन को समाप्त किया है, पहलवानों ने जो गलत आरोप लगाए थे उसका सफाई हुई है। और ये लोकतंत्र के इतिहास में पहली बार सर्व समाज ने, 36 बिरादरी ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट किया है। ये हम सब के लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री
verdict of Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Haryana. But let me show you again these visuals. 2 massive screens had been placed all over the BJP headquarters. Supporters have gathered over here. These are enthusiastic supporters, and that's what something that the energy has been transformed after the huge victory of Bharatiya Janata Party in the states of Haryana, and of course, having a comfortable seats in the state of Jammu and Kashmir as well. Few more supporters over here who have gathered to hear from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. किसको देंगे आप जीत का क्रेडिट? लगता है कि इसका असर पड़ेगा आगे वाले चुनाव पर?
देखिए, ये जीत जनता की जीत है। जनता ने हमेशा हमारे मोदी पे विश्वास किया है। पूरे हरियाणा की जनता ने मोदी जी के विश्वास करके फिर तीसरी बार हमारे देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लाया है। हम धन्यवाद करते हैं पूरे हरियाणा की जनता का, जिन्होंने तीसरी बार भाजपा को हरियाणा में लाए।
Credit goes to both Naib Singh Saini and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but I'll tell my camera person to keep showing these visuals as Vinod Tavade had just announced that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also arrived, along with Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda. They are all waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. With the BJP cadres over here will give him a rousing welcome as far as the win is concerned, as they are giving credit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The rallies that he has done in the state of Haryana, there you can see visuals of the supporters dancing on the tune of doles at the BJP headquarters, coming from different parts of the national capital. And very shortly, Prime Minister is also expected. Jalebis are also being served, firecrackers being busted at the BJP headquarters over here. And certainly a mood that had, that BJP would certainly want to continue as far as the upcoming elections of Jharkhand, Maharashtra and Delhi is concerned. And the similar slogans were also heard from the stage as well, that Haryana में अब जीत दर्ज हुई है, अब दिल्ली की बारी है, महाराष्ट्र की बारी है और झारखंड की बारी है. That's a message that the BJP want to send across to the cadres as well. And certainly, just in a short while, Prime Minister will be arriving over here at the BJP headquarters and will be addressing to the cadres.
They're reporting from the BJP headquarters where the Prime Minister is going to be arriving shortly, and he will be addressing the cadre, the workers there who are, as you could see, jalebis and dhol nagara happening. Vishnu, in the morning it was happening in the Congress office. And I'd like to go across to Sanjay Kumar just before the Prime Minister arrives on this issue of what these election results mean. And we can see this, it's going to be a big speech and celebrations. And to emphasize this Haryana victory, they're also having celebrations in other BJP headquarters across the country as well. So this momentum that they hope will carry them as well in Maharashtra and upcoming elections in Jharkhand.
No, look at first what would have happened if BJP had lost Haryana. Because the BJP seems to have lost the momentum after not performing so well in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. If BJP had lost Haryana, the slide which had started, it would have got confirmed to a great extent that the BJP is sliding, and BJP would have been in a difficult situation in Maharashtra election. Now, after some kind of a demoralizing effect on BJP's cadre because they lost 63 seats in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, this is seen as a comeback and a reinforcement that no, yes, BJP did perform very well in the Lok Sabha election, but that doesn't mean that BJP is on the slide. This is a comeback. So BJP will go into the Maharashtra elections and some of the coming assembly election like Jharkhand, Delhi, and next year, by end of the next year, it is Bihar. So BJP's cadres are jubilant, voters are jubilant, and the dampening spirit which seems to have come a little bit, I am not saying to a great extent, that it's a kind of a sign of revival for the BJP. So I think all good for BJP to go into Maharashtra assembly elections.
Right, and definitely
Jharkhand
capitalizing on this victory. And on the reverse, what does this mean for the Congress, isn't it, Vishnu? What does this now mean for the Congress, given that already one was hearing about friction in the between the alliance partners, the Thakre Shiv Sena Congress? Yes.
Is that quite besides the caste factor, and Sanjay, you may want to come in on this, none of the themes which many people thought would work for the Congress, whether in a state like Haryana, the entire Agnipath scheme, number one, number two, farmer protests, right? And number three, the entire issue of infrastructure. Gurgaon is the size of a small country. None of this worked in favor of the Congress. It's just it's bewildering at one level.
No, I would slightly disagree. That I won't say that since BJP has managed to win election, then there's no issue of Agnipath, there is no anxieties among the farmers, or there is no issue of unemployment. These are the issues on the ground. But I think what has happened is that these issues concern sections of voters who seem to have voted in a very, very large number for the Congress. And that is how Congress managed to reach almost 39–40% vote. If you look at the vote share difference between BJP and Congress, it is just 1% difference. But what seemed to have happened is that on various other accounts, people seem to be happy with BJP's government about the performance of the state government on issues like Bijli, Pani, Sadak, health, education, etc. So that seems to weigh slightly heavily against the dissatisfaction people had on the issue of Kisan, Naujawan and Pahalwan. I think that worked in favor of BJP, and Congress miscalculated. Congress party believed that only on the issue of anxieties among the people on the account of Jawan, Kisan, Pahalwan, they would be able to sweep the entire state. So I don't agree that these issues were not present at all. Yes, but it had a limited impact on the voters' voting choices, not to the extent as Congress would have believed.
What about the JJP? The fact that they won what? They didn't.
Less than 1% vote.
Right, and no seats, right?
No seats.
So therefore, would it be fair to say that contrary to what many expected, the JJP people, those who voted for them, actually crossed over to the BJP and not in favor of the Congress?
It seemed that may have happened because if I look at the the various survey estimate, various studies which we have conducted, even if we were looking at the Jat vote, the Jat consolidation behind Congress, but what does consolidation mean? It is to the tune of roughly 60-30. 60% for the Congress and 30% for the BJP. If we look at the Dalit vote, so Dalit vote doesn't seem to be consolidated heavily in favor of the Congress party. Even among the Dalit, we see a pattern. The pattern is, if you look at the Jatav are tilted in favor of the Congress, but non-Jatav Dalits have voted more in favor of the BJP and less in favor of the Congress. So the communities which seem to have favored the Congress is Jatav, Jat, Muslims, which are 7% of total voters, and Sikh, which are 4% of the state's population. But if you look at BJP's vote share, BJP has managed to get inroads among, or BJP got a very large number of votes among the Punjabi Khatris, the upper caste, the OBCs, the non-Jatav Dalits, and the what we call the Ahirwar belt, the Yadav voters in the Mahendragarh Rewari belt. So that is why we see an almost
and do you think that
even
vote got consolidated because of this boisterousness among the Jats in the state, given that the Congress had put Mr. Bhupender Hooda was in charge? It seemed that the Congress was coming, and as we one hears happens in UP as well with the Yadavs, etc. The Jats got very boisterous, and that in a sense made the OBCs go on in the other direction.
Yes, that may be one of the factors, because there was a lot of noise about Jat consolidation. Yes. And we know that if you travel to the rural India, rural Haryana, you get a sense that there are communities who may be living together, but they look at each other with lot of suspicion. If we talk about, say, Rajasthan, so there is a lot of fear among the people about Gujar becoming a chief minister, power going in the hands of the Gujar. So that kind of an anxiety may be having among the voters belonging to different other castes, that if the power goes back to the Jat, who have been on margins of political political circles during last 10 years, so they may be at the receiving end. So a lot of emphasis on the Jat voters by the Congress may have helped BJP in consolidate the other OBC vote, which has gone in favor of BJP in a big way.
How does this translate into a pattern or a trend or an influence in the forthcoming assembly elections?
Forthcoming election, I think the first Maharashtra goes to poll. So now BJP will, go into that election with a kill. The first test is going to be seat sharing arrangement with the allies. So if BJP had not performed well in Haryana, BJP would have been under pressure by the allies for conceding more and more seats. Now BJP will try and put pressure on the allies so that BJP is able to snatch as many seats as possible. And I think the allies, the Shinde group of Shiv Sena and Ajit Pawar's group of NCP, they will be now a little cool and calm. They will have to concede more seats for the BJP, because they will also get a sense that Prime Minister Modi magic is still working. BJP still has a sizable support base, because when the narrative was that BJP is nowhere in the contest and Congress is winning election, they were able to win elections even in Haryana. So it is going to have a big impact on how elections will unfold in Maharashtra. First about the alliances, and then BJP's own cadre will get more jubilant when they go into elections.
And also now let's talk about the Congress, because there was talk of friction between the Congress and the Thackeray Shiv Sena and the NCP, and all this jostling around who will be the chief ministerial face, etc. So now, given this defeat that they've had in Haryana, the Congress a little more tempered, more willing to come to agreements with alliance partners?
See, the alliance partner which Congress is heading, they have already worked out a seat sharing arrangement in Maharashtra. It is 100, roughly 180, 2 and 4. So I don't think this is going to affect the seat sharing arrangement with the Mahagathbandhan.
Sure, but there was some friction being spoken about.
Yeah, there was some friction. Congress, maybe the alliance partner will put some more pressure on the Congress to maybe concede some more seats. But I think the big impact is that the perception which got created that Congress is on a comeback, Rahul Gandhi has become more popular, Rahul Gandhi's ability to pull votes for the Congress has increased, that will still again get a dampened impact, the dampening impact of the defeat of Congress in Haryana and poor performance in Jammu and Kashmir.
If we take a look, Sanjay, at some of the reasons why the Congress hasn't done well in Haryana this time, the lack of a chief ministerial face and a failure to consolidate the anti-BJP vote, I mean, along various lines. Let's talk first about a clear lack of a chief ministerial face. Different leaders were saying, you know, I'm also in the race to be CM. Time and time again we see this in the Congress.
I don't think that lack of a chief ministerial face would have hampered the Congress, but I think the infighting or the sense voters were getting that this is not a united group. This is, if Congress comes to power, maybe they will not be able to provide a stable government. That may have hampered Congress chances, that may have dissuaded some voters who may have liked to vote for the Congress. But just projecting a CM face, maybe if that would have helped the Congress, I don't think that would have helped Congress to, you know, get a victory. But yes, if you don't project as a united house in front of the voters, voters don't get enthused in voting in favor of the Congress, especially among those who are seen as the what we call the swing voter. The loyalist voter will go and vote for you, but not the swing voters who tend to look at the chances and tend to look at the prospects of election.
But what about the failure to consolidate the anti-BJP vote? Now, I know this may not have really been a factor when it comes to actual seats, but voter percentage-wise, the JJP with the ASP, the INLD with the BSP, you know, the Congress seemed to be unable to take advantage of those who were opposing the BJP.
See, in any election, we can't expect only two political parties to contest election. So, what was the scenario before assembly election? Congress wanted to form an alliance with Aam Aadmi Party. Hypothetically, if Congress had managed to form an alliance with Aam Aadmi Party, would that have helped Congress? Not to a great extent, because Aam Aadmi Party has not been able to get, you know, more than 2% vote. I think 1.5% votes or something like that. And there was no effort by the Congress to put up a united front against the BJP, bringing, you know, the BSP and the JJP and other small INLD to its fold. Had Congress even made an attempt to do that, I'm not sure whether that would have helped, because then all the consolidation would be like pro-BJP and anti-BJP votes. So, I don't think that Congress managed to lose this election because anti-BJP votes got like...
They didn't take advantage
of
it.
Right.
I don't think that the anti-BJP votes got fragmented. Congress managed to get 40% vote. Look at the vote share of all others. It is only 20%, less than if you compare it with previous assembly election, it is slightly less compared to the previous elections.
Right.
It's just unbelievable.
No, when one thinks of the also dynasties in Haryana, Devi Lal, Bhajan Lal, Bansi Lal, you know, Shruti Chaudhary joined the BJP and therefore she's won her seat. But it really is the moment you know, for them to think about their future. But so we're bringing you these visuals from the BJP headquarters, where in a short while from now, Prime Minister Modi will be arriving and addressing the cadre, the BJP enthused with this historic victory in Haryana, where all the exit polls had predicted a victory for the Congress party. The Congress was ready early this morning with dhol, nagara and jalebis at their headquarters, but in mid-morning the entire picture changed and we saw the BJP taking the lead and then consolidating that lead in Haryana, and now a resounding victory and you know, ready to really capitalize on that, Vishnu, with this, and after the Lok Sabha results, to show that that was, yes, what happened in the Lok Sabha happened, but it doesn't mean that Modi is not there, and also wanting to use this victory to, you know, as a momentum going into elections which are coming up in Maharashtra and
I think
Jharkhand.
we should change our headline and make it anti-incumbency. What's that? How could it's astounding
in fact, they talk
so
about
many levels.
pro-incumbency every time.
No,
BJP
Vishnu, there is no sign of anti-incumbency. If a party,
None.
there is no anti-incumbency at all. If the party's vote share has gone up, how can you say that there is an anti-incumbency?
And even in Jammu and Kashmir.
Exactly, there isn't. So what's that question mark? You know, I mean, the fact that the BJP is coming back for the third time, it's remarkable. And for various reasons, you know, the larger question on whether it is as much the Narendra Modi factor as it has been in the past, or or basic issues of governance evidently having been successful or popular, we can debate that. But the fact that you've got a state government coming back for 3 times, that's absolute. And a change in chief minister so soon before or so late or just prior to the election, that's remarkable.
That is in fact a sort of what we've seen that happen, earlier in Uttarakhand, in Tripura, in Gujarat as well, and here in Haryana, so changing the face somehow, removes that anti-incumbency. Also, the choice of the chief minister in Saini being an OBC face, that's something that really, I think, helped the BJP. And at the same time, when one saw the Congress leadership fighting, the way Kumari Selja was, being treated, and the fact that she, sat down for a significant part towards the end, I think all that, and the BJP capitalizing on that, inviting her, come and join the BJP if you're not being treated well in the Congress party. So I think that also played on the minds of, we'll keep analyzing and seeing what the vote share, etc. was if we break it down into, the various regions and the various groups as well.
I think the Congress misread the verdict of 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Haryana. What happened is that if you keep comparing the verdict of Lok Sabha and the assembly election, 2014 Lok Sabha elections in Haryana and then the assembly election, BJP's vote share goes down by 20%. 2019 Lok Sabha elections in Haryana, BJP wins all 10 seats with 55-56% vote. In the assembly election, BJP's vote share goes down to 37%, 20% decline. So when in 2024, when BJP lost 5 of the 10 Lok Sabha seats and BJP's vote share came down by 10% compared to the previous assembly election, there was a strong belief among the Congress and among many analysts that okay, this has happened twice in 2014 and 2019. Now BJP's vote share will definitely go down in the assembly election because that has happened in the past twice, 2014 and 2019, which didn't happen. BJP managed to hold on to its vote share, what it managed to get in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and Congress slipped down further by 2 or 3%. So misreading or overreading of how voters had voted in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, and I would again say overconfidence of the Congress, that has what damaged the Congress in 2024 assembly elections in Haryana.
In fact, the rhetoric of the Congress party just since the Lok Sabha elections has been one which seems to suggest that it's over for the BJP. With these election results
with their 99 seats that they got in the Lok Sabha
that
elections.
is far from the case. That, Rahul Gandhi is saying that the moment these results came out, we realized that there is no reason to fear the Prime Minister. That's fine, that's political rhetoric, and perhaps you have an argument on the basis of the number of seats you won, but the BJP has been quiet. They've been doing their work. They've increased their share of seats in Jammu and Kashmir, a resounding victory over here as well. So it's not as if the opposition is necessarily on the ascendancy.
No, the Congress thought that now the momentum is on their side.
Right.
If you create a narrative nationally, if you create a narrative in different state, party would be able to win election. Yes, narratives are important for contesting elections, but I think the Congress failed to figure out that only through narrative you can't win election. Yes, narrative is helpful, but you also need to work on the ground. So what BJP did in 2024 assembly elections in Haryana, they just didn't pay any attention to the narrative. They just, I think, closed their ears on the narrative, what was going on in the state. But they worked hard on the ground, and I think that is what the result shows. Congress wanted to just, they thought there is a momentum in favor of Congress, and Congress will be able to win election only through that momentum. They didn't do the hard work. On the other hand, BJP workers, BJP candidates did hard work on the ground, and the narrative didn't work in favor of the Congress just to give them a victory.
All right, well, these are live images coming in from the BJP headquarters. The Prime Minister will be here shortly, expected any minute now. The Defence Minister, the Home Minister, Mr. JP Nadda, several others already present. Let's just listen in to what's being said in a little while from now. But all the preparations in place now. We expect the Prime Minister, this has been very much what he's been doing for several elections, reaching out to leaders in the party workers more than leaders, and talking about this, the performance of the BJP. A resounding victory in Haryana. You can expect a great deal to be said about Haryana, and of course a commitment to the electoral process in Jammu and Kashmir, irrespective of the fact or despite the fact that they haven't won the elections. He would certainly speak about the restoration of the election process in Jammu and Kashmir, elections after 10 years. He would talk about stability in the state, and he would certainly talk about the BJP and its enhanced presence in Jammu and Kashmir, certainly from an electoral standpoint. Let's just listen in to what's happening at BJP headquarters.
नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस से ज्यादा मिले हैं। जम्मू रीजन में कांग्रेस ने 29 विधानसभा सीटें लड़ी, उसमें से मात्र एक सीट पर रजौरी में 1404 वोट से वो जीत पाए और जम्मू के लोगों ने कांग्रेस को जम्मू से आउट कर दिया। भारत माता की। कुछ ही क्षणों में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का यहां पर कार्यालय में आगमन हो रहा है। आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी उनका स्वागत करेंगे। कांग्रेस को जम्मू से आउट कर दिया। भारत माता की। कुछ ही क्षणों में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का यहां पर कार्यालय में आगमन हो रहा है। आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी उनका स्वागत करेंगे।
All right, the Prime Minister arriving there at the BJP headquarters, and in just a few minutes from now, we expect him to start speaking. So this is the moment, right on the dot of 8 p.m. The Prime Minister inside the BJP headquarters. There are, the petals being showered over there on the Prime Minister as he'll make his way to that stage in the presence of the Home Minister, the Defence Minister, the BJP President, and we'll expect him to get started in just a few moments. A huge victory for the BJP in Haryana, and a fairly strong performance in Jammu and Kashmir as well. Of course, the National Conference has done very well in that state. It's across to my colleague.
Well, let's go across to NDTV's Marius Shakil now for more.
Those are the visuals coming in from the BJP headquarters. A very special victory for the party as Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives at the party headquarters. That he, has seen many a celebration like this. He being welcomed by party president, Mr. JP Nadda, whose tenure as the party president, though, is over. He's on extension. But who will be the next BJP president perhaps will be decided by the party in the next few weeks. But just look at the visuals. It's Modi magic which is intact, the big message that is coming in. Again, the message here is that when it is the Prime Minister, he could win his own elections when he is on the ticket, as he did the Lok Sabha elections. He can also win the assembly elections for the BJP, as he has done in the case of Haryana, and also managed that 29 seats in Jammu region of Jammu and Kashmir. So in both these states, the BJP registering a convincing performance. In one, they form the government. In another, they have complete dominance in one region. What will be Prime Minister's big message that will be coming from the headquarters becomes important. We have Professor Sandeep Shastri here in the studio, also Nirja Chaudhary. All eyes will be on what the Prime Minister says here, Nirja. He's not known to be mincing his words, but let's not forget that this was an election which was seen as done and dusted. It was almost that the BJP did not even have a fighting chance. He has ensured that the BJP not only fights, but they win an election.
So now, had they lost the election, it would have been very demoralizing for the party, coming as it would after the Lok Sabha elections where they didn't get a majority. But the fact that they won another election and then can win election will give new heart to the party cadre. So let's see what he says.
My sense is he would begin with Haryana and
accept
that victory, and then also refer to Jammu and Kashmir and talk about it as a victory of democracy, free and fair election held there, a peaceful election held there. May not be reference to the result, but at least the holding of elections in Jammu and Kashmir.
It's very interesting because I'm seeing the series of tweets that he has put out today. It begins, of course, with Haryana, where he says, Haryana ka hirday se aabhar. Then he goes on to talk about the significance of the elections in Jammu and Kashmir, where he says that how he is proud of the BJP's performance in Jammu and Kashmir. I think all those who have voted for our party and placed their trust in us, I assure the people. We will keep working for the welfare of Jammu and Kashmir. I also appreciate the industrious efforts of our Karyakartas. So he also complimented the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, of course, for their commendable performance in these elections. But you know, the larger the way forward as the BJP looks at the coming elections, you know, in both these states, be it Jharkhand or in Maharashtra, it is an alliance which will be at play. It understands fully well that it is going to enter in that space of bargaining or seat negotiations. BJP has reasons to say that they can fight and win.
And also they are on a winning wicket, and that strengthens their position vis-a-vis bargaining with other parties. And of course the cadre does get enthused if there's a victory like the one that's been seen in Haryana. But even J&K, you know, the fact that elections were held peacefully, completed, a politically stable government is going to be formed, they were free and fair. I mean, those are things to be satisfied about. Even, and of course their own performances at 29, which is far more than what they got 10 years ago in Jammu.
To be fair, I think Omar Abdullah also made in his interview made some very important comments, reaching out to the union government, saying we want collaboration with them, saying we want to work with the Lieutenant Governor. So let's hope that there is something positive happening there.
Okay, yes, here is the man of the moment there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, waving at the crowd. We have seen those visuals. The last time he arrived at the BJP headquarters was for discussing the seats or the candidates at the Central Election Committee meetings. He has been very, very active in all those meetings because the CEC meetings, remember, is chaired by the Prime Minister himself. But this time it is about addressing the Karyakartas. Only recently, when the BJP celebrated its you know, annual day, or should I say the day it was formed, we saw the Prime Minister address the Karyakartas, something that he has been doing regularly, Neerja, so not much of a surprise. But this one is a special victory because it is coming at a time when nobody gave BJP a chance in Haryana. But look at those visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You know, the charisma that we used to talk about a lot before 2024 results, do you think it's a return of the same narrative now, Neerja?
I don't know whether it's the return of the same narrative. In fact, the BJP will go in for a, you know, a different kind of narrative because people get tired of the old ways of expressing things. And I think the BJP, that is what one will look for, what he says this evening. How does it go for something that's fresh and new?
Today they would want to reinvent what they possibly lost in 2024, but come up with a new narrative from
That's right. Much more of that, I think. That
and
they
also
will go for.
an assertion of a new BJP which is giving importance to the, or creating the second rung of leadership. You know, the arrival of Naib Singh Saini on the electoral horizon and ensuring that he is seen as a factor, ensuring the victory of the party. You know, it's also that BJP which was seen as Kisara power is concentrated in the center is trying to rewrite that script as well, Professor Shastri.
Very true. I mean, the Prime Minister Modi himself was a sign of the states emerging as the center of politics.
Absolutely.
And now that is once again becoming a part of the narrative of politics, that the states are the focus of the politics of the country.
All right, the Prime Minister making his way now. He's going to start his address anytime now. You know, Neerja, just very quickly, to me, more than anything else, this election result breaks the momentum which the opposition felt that they had in their advantage. And I think that might have an impact in the elections going forward. The narrative is over of the opposition being on the ascendancy.
No, that's what I was saying a little while earlier. You know, suppose they had lost, it would have demoralized the BJP greatly. And the BJP would have been downhill.
Right.
And with these important state elections coming in Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Delhi, then Bihar next year, it would have been difficult to pick up momentum. Now with this kind of absolutely most unexpected victory.
Give me half a second. Yogendra Yadav joins us as well at this stage. Good evening, Yogendra ji. How have you been? What is your reading of these elections? What is the larger message over here for the opposition? The point I was making to Neerja Chaudhary just now is that the narrative which the opposition seemed to have established after the Lok Sabha elections, that seems to have been stopped, at least for the moment, on the tracks.
Vishnu, I agree that narrative has been halted, and in a sense the momentum has been recaptured by the BJP, at least till the Maharashtra and Jharkhand elections. That's true. I should put something on record, however. As you know, the results have been counterintuitive. I did not make any forecast, but I did say very clearly again and again that in this election, Congress was ahead. Congress was comfortably forming the government. The only difference was whether it will be a Hawa, Andi, or more than that. That did not happen. None of the exit polls, even the lower range of any of the exit polls, did not suggest anything less than 45 seats for the Congress. Now, that is the range of things that we are looking at. I'm saying all this, because all this to my mind does not necessarily mean that we should doubt the election results. But this evening, Congress party has held a press conference, which is very unusual. They have presented some evidence. I have not been able to examine all that evidence as yet, but they have presented evidence and they have said we cannot accept the outcome. Now, that's a very, very serious thing coming from a national party. And I would really expect the Election Commission of India to come out, respond to these things, because elections should be fair and should be seen to be fair. Election Commission has been less than forthcoming on these things. And I really, really hope that Election Commission in this instance would share the information with public so that all of us can be confident that the outcome that we are analyzing here is indeed the outcome based on votes given by the people.
All right. Yogendraji, I'm just going to have to go across now to what's happening in the BJP headquarters. Mr. JP Nadda speaking. The Prime Minister will be speaking in the next few minutes.
अपनी ओर से और आप सब लोगों की ओर से और करोड़ों लोग जो मीडिया के माध्यम से इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल हुए हैं, उनकी ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को इस कार्यक्रम में आने के लिए उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, यह जो जीत हरियाणा में हमने हासिल की और जो जम्मू कश्मीर में भी हमने अपना वोट शेयर बढ़ाया, ये सब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो जनता ने विश्वास व्यक्त किया, मत व्यक्त किया, ये उसका परिणाम है कि आज जब कांग्रेस के लोग हर तरीके से झूठ फैलाने में लगे थे, उस समय जनता ने उनकी एक नहीं सुनी और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर से तीसरी बार हरियाणा में सरकार बनाई। ये हम सबको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। अथक परिश्रम, आपका अथक प्रयास और आपने जिस तरीके से भारत की जनता को एक ताकत देने का काम किया, जिस तरीके से आपने देश की परिस्थितियों को बदलने का प्रयास किया, उन सब के ऊपर ये हरियाणा की जनता ने फिर से मुहर लगा करके बता दिया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ आपके नेतृत्व में सारी जनता खड़ी है। कल आपने अपने जीवन के 23 वर्ष प्रधान प्रशासक के रूप में अविरल, लगातार, बिना किसी ब्रेक के 23 वर्षों से 13 वर्ष मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में और 10 वर्ष पूरे करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में प्रथम प्रधान सेवक के रूप में आपने सेवा की और आज हरियाणा के नतीजों ने बता दिया कि आपके अथक प्रयास, आपका परिश्रम, आपने बिना रुके हुए, बिना ब्रेक लगाए जो भारत की जनता की सेवा की है और जो भारत के मिजाज बना है, वह मिजाज हरियाणा ने उसको पूरा किया है और वह मिजाज को दर्शाता है।
आपने पिछले 23 सालों में जिस कार्यकर्ता भाव से, जिस समर्पण भाव से देश की तस्वीर को बदलने के लिए अथक प्रयास किया है, ये उसका नतीजा है कि आज हम हरियाणा हो चाहे देश का मिजाज हो, वो हम देखते हैं वो मोदीमय है। और यह बात फिर से साबित होती है कि मोदी है तो और ये मोदी की गारंटी है, इसको भी हमको समझना चाहिए। मित्रों, हम सबको जानना चाहिए कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश की राजनीति की रिवायत को बदल डाला है। हमने देश में राजनीति देखी है, 10 साल पहले हम देखते रहे हैं। कांग्रेस जातिवाद को आगे बढ़ाती रही है, कांग्रेस भाई भतीजावाद को आगे बढ़ाती रही है और आज भी जातिवाद में लोगों को बांटने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ रही है। हमने देखा है किस तरीके से परिवारवाद को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बढ़ाया, किस तरीके से भ्रष्टाचार पनपा। जहां कांग्रेस है वहां करप्शन है, जहां कांग्रेस है वहां कमीशन है, जहां कांग्रेस है वहां क्रिमिनलाइजेशन है। ये तीनों सी कांग्रेस के साथ जुड़ते हैं, ये हमको समझना चाहिए। लेकिन आपने इस रिवायत को बदला, भ्रष्टाचार को जड़मूल से समाप्त करने का किया। वहीं भाई भतीजावाद, वहीं परिवारवाद और इन सबको धत्ता दिखाते हुए आपने विकासवाद को आगे बढ़ाया और विकासवाद के साथ आपने देश को जोड़ा है। यह सरकार, यह प्रोएक्टिव सरकार है, आपके नेतृत्व में चलने वाली सरकार। यह प्रो रिस्पॉन्सिव सरकार है, यह अकाउंटेबल सरकार है। यह सरकार अपने से आगे बढ़ करके जनता की सेवा के लिए लगी रहती है और ये उत्तरदायी दायित्व के बोझ से पूरी जिम्मेवारी को निभाने वाली सरकार है। इसलिए अकाउंटेबल सरकार, रिपोर्ट कार्ड की सरकार है और विकासवाद को आगे बढ़ाने वाली सरकार है। और इसी बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए कांग्रेस ने जितना भी झूठ बोलना था बोला, लेकिन एक नहीं सुनी और हरियाणा में आपको सबक सिखा दिया और जनता ने बीजेपी को मोहर लगा दिया। यह भी हमको ध्यान रखना। हमें खुशी है आपके नेतृत्व में एक से एक रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं। अगर उत्तराखंड में हमने दूसरी बार लगातार सरकार बनाई, उत्तर प्रदेश में दूसरी बार लगातार सरकार बनाई, गोवा में तीसरी बार लगातार सरकार बनाई, तो आपके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा में भी जब से प्रदेश बना है पहली बार लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बनी। मुझे याद है आप हरियाणा के प्रभारी होते थे, हरियाणा के साथ साथ आप हिमाचल के प्रभारी होते थे। हिमाचल के, हरियाणा के आपने जिला जिला, कस्बा कस्बा घूमा। कोई ऐसा कार्यकर्ता नहीं है जिसको आप नाम से नहीं जानते। और आपने वहां पर हरियाणा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सशक्त करने की नींव रखी थी। मुझे याद है कि आपने एक विचार बैठक सोलन में बुलाई थी, हरियाणा के सभी पदाधिकारियों को आपने वहां बुलाया था। 3 दिन बैठ करके आपने योजना बनाई थी। उस योजना पर हरियाणा में हम आगे बढ़े और आज आपके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का गढ़ बन गया है और बेरोक-टोक तीसरी बार लगातार सरकार बन रही है। मैं यहां यह भी बताना चाहता हूं कि आपके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा में हमारा सीट शेयर भी बढ़ा है और हमारा वोट शेयर भी बढ़ा है। ये जो बोलते थे, जिनके मन में लड्डू फूट रहे थे, उनको घर पे बैठा दिया। और बिल्कुल सही है आपने कहा, ये जो जलेबी
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux, Dulux, Dulux.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
कांग्रेस is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates.
और समय दूर नहीं है कि वहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी है तो धारा 370 वापस हुई है और हमेशा वापस रहेगी, इस बात का पूरा विश्वास है। इसलिए मैं आप सबको आपके माध्यम से सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आप सबके माध्यम से हरियाणा की जनता, जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं और पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से आह्वान करता हूं कि आप पूरी ताकत के साथ जुड़ जाइए। आगे हमने महाराष्ट्र भी जीतना है, आगे हमने झारखंड भी जीतना है और हमने दिल्ली में भी कमल खिलाना है। और इसलिए आप सब लोगों से मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री का पुनः उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं और उनको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि पार्टी को आगे बढ़ाने में आपके नेतृत्व में हम सब कार्यकर्ता मिलकर के कोई कसर नहीं हासिल करते चले जाएंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आपके और प्रधानमंत्री जी के बीच में ज्यादा समय न लेता हुआ पुनः आपके आने पर आपका अभिनंदन और आप सब लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। दो 2047 में विकसित भारत जो देखना चाहते हैं, ऐसे सब लोगों के ऊर्जा स्रोत हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी से मैं नम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वो पूरी देश की जनता को संबोधित करें।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। हम सबने सुना है हम सब ने सुना है, जहां दूध दही का खाना, वैसा है अपना हरियाणा। हरियाणा के लोगों ने फिर कमाल कर दिया है और कमल कमल कर दिया है। साथियों, आज नवरात्रि का छठा दिन है। मां कात्यायनी की आराधना का दिन है। मां कात्यायनी शेर पर विराजमान होकर हाथ में कमल को धारण किए हुए हैं। हम सभी को आशीर्वाद दे रही है। ऐसे पावन दिन हरियाणा में तीसरी बार लगातार कमल खिला है। गीता की धरती पर सत्य की जीत हुई है। गीता की धरती पर विकास की जीत हुई है। गीता की धरती पर सुशासन की जीत हुई है। हर जाति, हर वर्ग के लोगों ने हमें वोट दिया है। साथियों, जम्मू कश्मीर में दशकों के इंतजार के बाद आखिरकार शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हुए। वोटों की गिनती हुई, नतीजे आए। ये भारत के संविधान की जीत है, भारत के लोकतंत्र की जीत है। जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और उनके गठबंधन को ज्यादा सीटें दी है। मैं उन्हें भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। वोट प्रतिशत के हिसाब से देखें तो जम्मू कश्मीर में जितनी भी पार्टियां चुनाव लड़ रही थी, उसमें वोट शेयर के हिसाब से भाजपा सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बनकर के उभरी है। मैं हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर में जीत हासिल करने वाले सभी उम्मीदवारों को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैं हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैं सभी भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं को उनके तप और तपस्या के लिए नमन करता हूं। हरियाणा की ये जीत कार्यकर्ताओं के अथाग परिश्रम का परिणाम है। हरियाणा की ये जीत नड्डा जी और हरियाणा की टीम के प्रयासों की जीत है। हरियाणा की ये जीत अतिशय नम्र विनम्र ऐसे हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी के कर्तव्यों की भी जीत है। साथियों, आज हरियाणा में झूठ की गुट्टी पर विकास की गारंटी भारी पड़ी है। हरियाणा की जनता ने नया इतिहास रच दिया है। शायद आप लोगों को पूरी जानकारी नहीं होगी, हरियाणा का गठन 1966 में हुआ था। इतने वर्षों में बड़े बड़े दिग्गजों ने इस राज्य का नेतृत्व किया। शायद हिंदुस्तान में बहुत कम राज्य के नेता ऐसे होते हैं जिनको पूरा हिंदुस्तान जानता है। एक जमाना था हरियाणा के इन दिग्गज नेताओं का नाम पूरे देश में चर्चा में रहता था। हरियाणा में अब तक 13 चुनाव हुए। 13 चुनावों में से 10 चुनावों में हरियाणा के लोगों ने हर 5 साल के बाद सरकार बदली, लेकिन इस बार हरियाणा के लोगों ने जो किया है वो अभूतपूर्व है। वो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है जब 2 कार्यकाल, पूरे 5-5 साल के 2 कार्यकाल पूरा करने वाली किसी सरकार को हरियाणा में फिर से मौका मिला हो। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी को तीसरी बार मौका मिला है। यहां के लोगों ने सिर्फ तीसरी बार हमारी सरकार नहीं बनाई, बल्कि हमें सीटें भी ज्यादा दी हैं और वोट शेयर भी ज्यादा दिया है। ऐसा लगता है हरियाणा के लोगों ने छप्पर फाड़ कर वोट दिया है। इस जनादेश की गूंज दूर दूर तक जाएगी। साथियों, भाजपा दुनिया का सिर्फ सबसे बड़ा दल ही नहीं है, भाजपा सबसे ज्यादा दिलों में भी बसी हुई है। हरियाणा में जनता ने विकास के मुद्दे पर भाजपा की हैट्रिक लगाई। भाजपा ने कांग्रेस के कुशासन से मुक्ति दिलाई, इसलिए गुजरात और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता 2 दशक से भी ज्यादा समय से वहां अपना आशीर्वाद बनाए हुए है। अरुणाचल प्रदेश और गोवा में तीसरी बार भाजपा ने सरकार बनाई है। यूपी और बिहार में कानून का राज स्थापित करने वाली भाजपा एनडीए की सरकार को लोग बार बार मौका दे रहे हैं। असम, त्रिपुरा और उत्तराखंड में लगातार 2 टर्म से भाजपा की सरकार है। जहां जहां भाजपा सरकार बनाती है, वहां की जनता लंबे समय तक भाजपा को समर्थन देती है। और दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस की हालत कैसी है? पिछली बार कब कांग्रेस की किसी सरकार की वापसी हुई है? यानी जो सरकार में थे, कितने साल पहले वो दोबारा आए थे? करीब 13 साल पहले 2011 में असम में उनकी सरकार लौटी थी, बाकी एक भी नहीं लौटी। उसके बाद भी जितने चुनाव हुए, लोगों ने कहीं भी कांग्रेस को सेकंड टर्म नहीं दिया है। आपको जानकर के हैरानी हो जाएगी दोस्तों, देश में कितने ही राज्य हैं जहां कांग्रेस कभी 60 साल पहले वहां थी, कहीं पर 50 साल पहले थी, कहीं पर 40 साल पहले थी, 50-60 साल से वो सत्ता में आई ही नहीं है। एक बार लोगों ने निकाल दिया, कांग्रेस को घुसने नहीं दिया है। देश के ज्यादातर राज्य के लोगों ने कांग्रेस के लिए नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा दिया है। पहले कांग्रेस सोचती थी कि वो चाहे काम करे या न करे, लोग तो उसको वोट देंगे ही। लेकिन अब कांग्रेस की पोल खुल चुकी है, उसका डिब्बा गोल हो चुका है। साथियों, कांग्रेस सत्ता को अपना जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार मानती है। सरकार में ना रहने पर कांग्रेस की हालत जल बिन मछली जैसी हो जाती है। इसलिए वो सरकार में आने के बाद देश को, समाज को भी दांव पर लगाने से नहीं हिचकती। आज पूरा देश देख रहा है कि कैसे कांग्रेस हमारे समाज में जाति का जहर फैलाने पर उतर आई है। जो लोग चांदी नहीं, सोने का चम्मच मुंह में लेकर पैदा हुए, जो लोग पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी 5 स्टार लाइफ जीते आ रहे हैं, वो गरीब को जाति के नाम पर लड़वाना चाहते हैं। हमारे दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी समाज को भूलना नहीं है। ये कांग्रेस है जिसने दलितों, पिछड़ों पर सबसे ज्यादा अत्याचार किया है। ये कांग्रेस है जिसने उन्हें इतने दशकों तक रोटी, पानी, मकान से वंचित रखा। ये वो लोग हैं जो 100 साल बाद भी सत्ता मिलने पर कभी किसी दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी को प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनने देंगे। सच्चाई ये है कि कांग्रेस का परिवार दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों, इनसे नफरत करता है, उनसे चिढ़ता है। इसलिए आज जब दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी शीर्ष स्थान पर जा रहे हैं, तो इनके पेट में चूहे दौड़ने लग जाते हैं। हरियाणा भी इन्होंने दलितों को, ओबीसी को भागीदारी देने से साफ इनकार कर दिया था। उन्होंने दलितों और पिछड़ों को भी अपमानित किया। कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार ने तो डंके की चोट पर कहा कि वो आरक्षण खत्म कर देंगे। दलित और पिछड़ों का आरक्षण छीनकर कांग्रेस अपने वोट बैंक में देना चाहती थी। हरियाणा भी वो यही करने जा रही थी। साथियों, कांग्रेस भारत के समाज को कमजोर करके, भारत में अराजकता फैलाकर देश को कमजोर करना चाहती है। इसलिए वो अलग अलग वर्गों को भड़का ही रहे हैं, लगातार आग लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। देश ने देखा कि कैसे किसानों को भड़काने का प्रयास हुए, लेकिन हरियाणा के किसानों ने उन्हें करारा जवाब दिया कि वो देश के साथ है, वो भाजपा के साथ है। हमारे दलित ओबीसी साथियों को भड़काने की कितनी ही कोशिशें हुई, क्या क्या प्रपंच नहीं किए गए, लेकिन इस समाज ने भी इस षड्यंत्र को पहचाना और कहा कि वो देश के साथ है, भाजपा के साथ है। इन लोगों ने हमारी सेना को लेकर भी अपप्रचार किए, हमारे नौजवानों को भड़काया। इस साजिश को भी हरियाणा के नौजवानों ने नाकाम कर दिया। आज हरियाणा ने कांग्रेस को दो टूक संदेश दे दिया है। ये देश विरोधी पॉलिटिक्स नहीं चलेगी। हरियाणा की हर बिरादरी, हर परिवार ने एकजुट होकर वोट दिया, देशभक्ति से ओतप्रोत होकर वोट दिया। देशभक्तों को बांटने की साजिश को हरियाणा ने फेल कर दिया। साथियों, बीते कुछ समय से भारत के विरुद्ध भांति भांति के षड्यंत्र चल रहे हैं। भारत के लोकतंत्र को, भारत के अर्थतंत्र को, भारत के सामाजिक ताने बाने को कमजोर करने के लिए भांति भांति की साजिशें हो रही है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय साजिशें हो रही है। आज मैं बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों से कह रहा हूं कि कांग्रेस जैसी राष्ट्रीय पार्टी और उनके चट्टे बट्टे इस खेमे में शामिल है, इस खेल में शामिल है। देशभक्त हरियाणा ने आज ऐसी हर साजिश को भी मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है। भारत और हर भारतीय को संकल्प लेना है कि हम ऐसी किसी साजिश को सफल नहीं होने देंगे। भारत विकास के रास्ते से नहीं भटकेगा। साथियों, आज के चुनाव नतीजों ने एक और बात स्पष्ट की है। कांग्रेस आज पूरी तरह परजीवी पार्टी बन गई है। यहां हरियाणा में कांग्रेस परजीवी बनकर किसी के साथ नहीं थी, अकेली थी, तो उसे करारी हार मिली। जम्मू कश्मीर में उसकी सहयोगी पार्टी डर के मारे पहले से कई कह रही थी कि कांग्रेस की वजह से उसे नुकसान हो रहा है, और आज के नतीजों में भी वही दिखा है। आपको याद होगा, लोकसभा चुनाव के नतीजों ने भी हमने यही देखा था। लोकसभा में कांग्रेस जितनी सीटें जीती, उनमें आधी से ज्यादा सीटें वो अपने सहयोगियों की वजह से जीती है। इसके अलावा जहां सहयोगियों ने कांग्रेस पर भरोसा किया, वहां उन सहयोगियों की ही नैया डूब गई। कई राज्यों में कांग्रेस के खराब प्रदर्शन का खामियाजा उसकी सहयोगी पार्टियों को उठाना पड़ा। कांग्रेस ऐसी परजीवी पार्टी है जो अपने सहयोगियों को ही निगल जाती है। साथियों, कांग्रेस एक ऐसा देश बनाना चाहती है जहां लोग अपनी ही विरासत से नफरत करते हो, अपनी राष्ट्रीय संस्थाओं पर शंका करते हो, जिस पर देशवासी गर्व करते हैं, कांग्रेस उस हर चीज की छवि को धूमिल करना चाहती है। देश का चुनाव आयोग हो, देश की सेना हो, हमारी पुलिस हो, देश की न्यायपालिका हो, कांग्रेस हर संस्था पर दाग लगाना चाहती है। आपको याद होगा, लोकसभा चुनाव का परिणाम आने के पहले इन्होंने किस तरह का कोहराम मचाया था। चुनाव के दौरान भी ये लोग, इनको सहयोगी दल, इनके अर्बन नक्सल साथी कितनी बार कोर्ट गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक गए, और किस लिए? ताकि ये लोग चुनाव आयोग की संवैधानिक निष्पक्षता पर बट्टा लगा सके। आज भी उन्होंने ऐसा ही काम किया है। आज भी कांग्रेस ने देश की जनता को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की है। कांग्रेस हर बार यही कोशिश करती है कि हमारी संस्थाओं की निष्पक्षता पर सवाल उठाए, उसकी प्रतिष्ठा पर आघात करे। कांग्रेस की यही आदत रही है। कांग्रेस बड़ी बेशर्मी से ऐसी करतूतें करती आ रही है। साथियों, जम्मू कश्मीर में इस बार हुआ चुनाव कई मायनों में ऐतिहासिक रहा है। वहां भारत का संविधान पूरी तरह से लागू होने के बाद ये पहला चुनाव था। आजादी के 7 दशक बाद भी अनेक लोगों को वोट डालने का हक नहीं था। उन्होंने भी पहली बार इस चुनाव में अपना वोट डाला है। कुछ लोग कहते थे कि आर्टिकल 370 हटा तो कश्मीर जल जाएगा, लेकिन कश्मीर जला नहीं, कश्मीर और खूबसूरती से खिला है, खिलखिलाया है। जिस तरह लोगों ने बाहर आकर रिकॉर्ड नंबर में वोट डाले, वो हर हिंदुस्तानी के दिल को खुश करने वाला है। हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर कर्फ्यू और अलगाववाद के कालखंड से बाहर निकल रहा है। 1947 के बाद पहली बार हमारी सरकार ने जम्मू कश्मीर में बीडीसी के चुनाव कराए। आज पहली बार प्रशासन के हर स्तर पर, फिर चाहे वो विधायक हो, बीडीसी हो, डीडीसी हो, हर स्तर पर अब जनता द्वारा चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि काम करेंगे। हमने जम्मू कश्मीर में संविधान की स्पिरिट और उसकी मर्यादा की पुनः प्रतिष्ठा की है। बाबा साहब आंबेडकर को इससे बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि क्या होगी। साथियों, मैंने विकसित भारत के लिए 4 स्तंभों की चर्चा बार बार उस चर्चा को आपके सामने रखा है। ये 4 स्तंभ किसान, युवा, महिलाएं और गरीब। जम्मू कश्मीर हो या हरियाणा, हम विकास को इन्हीं 4 धाराओं के, 4 स्तंभों के बलबूते पर देश को विकसित भारत बनाने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। इनको सशक्त करना ही भाजपा की प्राथमिकता है। हरियाणा के गरीब तो पिछले 10 साल से डबल इंजन की सरकार का काम देख रहे हैं। मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा से लेकर नल से जल और पक्के घर तक हरियाणा के गरीब परिवारों को अनेक सुविधाएं मिली है। अब हरियाणा की भाजपा सरकार गरीब कल्याण के काम को और अधिक गति देगी। साथियों, हरियाणा तो कृषि के मामले में देश के अग्रणी राज्यों में शामिल है। हरियाणा की इस ताकत को भाजपा और मजबूती देने वाली है। हमारा लक्ष्य एकदम साफ है। भाजपा सरकार हरियाणा के किसानों की उपज को दुनिया के बाजारों तक पहुंचाना चाहती है। बाजरा जैसा यहां का मोटा अनाज श्री अन्न के रूप में दुनिया भर के डाइनिंग टेबल पर पहुंचे, ये हमारी प्रतिबद्धता है। हरियाणा खाने के तेल में आत्मनिर्भरता के मिशन को भी शक्ति देने वाला है। इससे हरियाणा के तिलहन किसानों को भी ज्यादा लाभ होगा। साथियों, हरियाणा के युवाओं ने दुनिया भर में अपना लोहा मनवाया है। चाहे मानेसर में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर हो, गुरुग्राम के स्टार्टअप्स हो या फिर खेल की दुनिया, हरियाणा के छोरा छोरी खूब धूम मचा रहे हैं। भाजपा सरकार इन सभी क्षेत्रों में और अधिक निवेश को बढ़ावा देने वाली है। आने वाले समय में भारत दुनिया में खेलों की एक महाशक्ति बनने जा रहा है और इसमें हरियाणा के नौजवानों की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी रहने वाली है। इसलिए हरियाणा में स्पोर्ट्स, ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक आधुनिक रोड मैप भाजपा ने रखा है। साथियों, जब महिलाओं की बात आती है तो विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट आज देश का मिजाज बनता जा रहा है। हमारी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के सशक्तिकरण से जुड़े हर पहलू पर भाजपा फोकस कर रही है। हरियाणा वो राज्य है जिसने बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ के रूप में देश को नेतृत्व दिया है। अब हरियाणा में हजारों लखपति दीदी और ड्रोन दीदी बनाने वाले हैं। लाडो लक्ष्मी योजना से भी हरियाणा की बहनों को मुफ्त बहुत लाभ होने वाला है। जब माताएं बहनें आर्थिक रूप से समृद्ध होगी, समर्थ होगी, तो इसका लाभ पूरे परिवार को होगा। परिवार समर्थ होगा तो हरियाणा समर्थ होगा, देश समर्थ होगा। साथियों, भाजपा की सरकार राष्ट्र को सर्वोपरि रखती है। नेशन फर्स्ट। भाजपा की सरकार गरीबों की सेवा के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। केंद्र हो या फिर हरियाणा, इन 10 सालों में भाजपा की सरकार पर भ्रष्टाचार का एक दाग नहीं लगा है। केंद्र सरकार पर जैसे दाग नहीं लगा है, वैसे ही हरियाणा सरकार 10 साल चलाई हमने, भ्रष्टाचार का कोई दाग नहीं है। हमने सिर्फ और सिर्फ समर्पण भाव से जनता के विकास के लिए काम किया है। और मैं इसके लिए हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री भाई नायब सैनी जी और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान मनोहर लाल जी की भरपूर तारीफ करता हूं, भरपूर प्रशंसा करता हूं। उन्होंने हरियाणा के विकास के लिए बहुत मेहनत की है। साथियों, जब जनता ऐसे काम को प्रोत्साहित करती है, नेक नियत और अच्छी नीति को सराहती है, तब काम करने की ऊर्जा भी दोगुनी होती है। हरियाणा ने भाजपा सरकार को प्रोत्साहित किया है। जम्मू कश्मीर ने भी भाजपा को प्रोत्साहित किया है। यह आशीर्वाद हमें और भी अधिक मेहनत करने के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। और मैं इसके लिए जम्मू कश्मीर और हरियाणा की जनता को भी फिर एक बार हृदय से बहुत बहुत साधुवाद करता हूं। आज के जनादेश से भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने का संकल्प और मजबूत हुआ है। इस जनादेश ने भारत को दुनिया की स्किल कैपिटल बनाने के संकल्प को भी मजबूती दी है। आपने हर उस प्रेरणा को सशक्त किया है जिसका मकसद करोड़ों लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकालना है। ये जनादेश भारत को और अधिक सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए कठिन से कठिन फैसले लेने के लिए भी नया हौसला देगा। मैं आप सभी को, पूरे देश को फिर ये भरोसा देता हूं कि आने वाले 5 साल और तेज विकास के होंगे। हरियाणा विकसित होगा, जम्मू कश्मीर विकसित होगा, भारत विकसित होगा और ये हम करके दिखाएंगे। मैं एक बार फिर हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सब कार्यकर्ताओं का जितना अभिनंदन करूं उतना कम है। देश के कोने कोने में आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो कुछ भी है, हर संघर्ष को पार करते हुए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जनता के दिलों में जो जगह बनी है, उसके मूल में भाजपा के कार्यकर्ता है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं का परिश्रम है, भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं की त्याग तपस्या है। और इसलिए विजय के उस उत्सव में मुझे बार बार मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं की याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। उनके प्रति अहोभाव व्यक्त करना मेरा स्वाभाविक मन करता है। और इसलिए टीम स्पिरिट के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर, कदम से कदम मिलाकर लक्ष्य की ओर बढ़ते जाने वाले भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ता न रखने वाले हैं न थकने वाले हैं, और झुकने का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। देशवासियों को भी मैं उनके आशीर्वाद के लिए प्रणाम करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, 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 भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, the Prime Minister speaking over there on a day when the BJP has had a resounding election success in Haryana. I'm going to go through a couple of the key points which the Prime Minister spoke about. He did, of course, congratulate the National Conference for their win in Jammu and Kashmir, but he said what has taken place in Haryana was fairly unprecedented. Peaceful elections which have taken place in the state. The BJP has scripted history. They have, he says, the largest vote share also in Jammu and Kashmir. It's the first time any party has returned for a third time in Haryana. The Congress, he then went on to attack them significantly, said, is a fish out of water if it's not in government. He accused the Congress of spreading the poison of casteism. Those living five-star lives are instigating the poor over caste. People have recognized the Congress's conspiracy. The Congress tried to instigate our youth. People in Haryana will now be on the path to development much, much faster. So a couple of key points mentioned by Prime Minister Modi over there. We're going to get a quick couple of remarks. Professor Sandeep Shastri with us, Neerja Chaudhary with us as well. What was the key point the Prime Minister was making, or was this basically a message to Karyakartas of the party congratulating them on this victory?
I think the speech had multiple messages.
Yeah.
There was a message to the nation. There was a message to people across the world, especially in terms of the Jammu and Kashmir election. There was a message to party workers. And of course, I think in some ways, the Prime Minister has launched the campaign for the Jharkhand and the Maharashtra elections.
That's right.
Yeah.
And in a sense, he has completed the speech he started after the 2024 Lok Sabha election.
Yes.
Now, in that sense, today's speech was a supplementary to that speech, because that day there were many things which could not have been said, which actually were said as part of today's speech.
Yes,
so I think in that sense, it's a very well planned and curated speech that he came up with
Yes, so
today.
I think, yes, Prime Minister Modi is also sending a message as to how he sees his own mandate of 2024. Taking forward that mandate, his reading of 2024 Lok Sabha mandate and this victory, and how the road ahead of the BJP is going to be. Neerja, you know, when we saw Prime Minister after the results of Lok Sabha polls, 240, he looked relatively not the jubilant Modi that we have seen. It was same old form of aggression, of leading the BJP.
Oh, that's true, and his sharp attack on the Congress continues, because Congress is going to be, it's the party that's going to give them the takkar in Maharashtra, Jharkhand. So therefore, I mean, you are absolutely right, he's preparing for the elections. Huh?
This was an election speech in as much as it was a speech thanking, party workers. He continued with the assault, as it were, on the Congress party on so many grounds. To me, this looked like easily, as Maria said, setting the agenda for the next elections, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Delhi, etc., etc. Would you agree?
Absolutely, setting the tone for the next election.
It hasn't waited for a minute.
And the announcement is expected to come within hours of elections in Jharkhand and Maharashtra.
So, I mean, the model code of conduct will be in place. We'll know about Maharashtra dates very soon now.
Right.
And here is the Prime Minister sending a message again that this victory is his, and as much as it is of the local leadership.
Yeah,
he did talk about
it. He specifically mentioned the names of the current and the former Chief Minister.
All right, all of you, hold on for half a second. Let me just, it's top of the hour, 9 p.m. Bring to our viewers what it is that we are talking about. A huge day for the country, for our democracy, for our polity, for our institutions. Two very important states went to polls. They have voted. What you see on the screen over there are results. Haryana, let's look at the right first, 90 out of 90. The BJP coming out on top. Despite what exit polls said, it is the BJP which has won these elections quite convincingly. If you look at Jammu and Kashmir, again, all 90 seats, these are all results. It's the Congress and National Conference which have come to power, a resounding success of the National Conference. The Congress winning just a handful of seats, far lower than what they had last time around, but it is the National Conference and Omar Abdullah, who will be Chief Minister, who've done very well there. So over the next 1 hour, we'll be joined by very special guests who participated in these elections, who have been analyzing these elections as we go through what has happened in the last 24 hours. One more point, Maria. It was what, at about 9 in the morning when the laddus came out?
Yes.
In Congress?
And by 10:30 they were inside.
Right.
So they were packed up.
Just
and then
goes
they
to
were
show...
replaced by jalebis. So that also shows the beauty of democracy.
It also goes to show that once again, those early votes which come in, the early leads which come in, the postal ballots, they indicate absolutely nothing.
So basically don't celebrate too early is the message that has been the case. Multiple elections, so by 10:30, 11 when these numbers started consolidating, and it reversed completely from what was seen as an election where the Congress was convincingly going to win, became about the BJP winning its best ever performance in a state where they have been in power for 10 long years. So this is a pro-incumbency vote for the BJP in Haryana. A lot of things for the party to celebrate. There has been the social engineering which has yielded political dividends for the party. The Ram Saini experiment has worked. This is counter-polarization of the Jat voters which has happened as well. More than that, it has given that momentum, or should I say that Sanjeevani that the BJP needed after the Lok Sabha polls, so that when they enter into the next set of elections in Maharashtra and Haryana, they can do so with all the excitement, Neerja Chaudhary.
Absolutely a morale booster for the elections that lie ahead, no doubt about it. But the leadership of the BJP can take satisfaction from the way the elections have gone in Jammu and Kashmir. Peaceful, free and fair, a politically stable government is going to come into being, and elections after 10 long years, and in a state on the peripheries of India, which has been troubled for a very, very long time, now where the political process has been restored. It's a big thing. It's something to be satisfied.
Lots to celebrate, lots to think. But I think it is the Congress which needs a lot of introspection now onwards, because that momentum that they had after the Lok Sabha, better performance, it's not really a victory of sorts. They did do better. With this result, the Congress has managed to, would you say, demoralize the entire India bloc?
It is undoubtedly a setback and possibly reduces their bargaining power in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand. We saw something similar happening once they lost Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan.
Right.
Their similar bargaining power went down, and that's something which they will need to deal with with the immediate elections they are going to face now.
Supriya Shinate, spokesperson of the Congress Party, joins us. Good evening, Supriya. It's been a difficult election at so many counts for the Congress, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, you are coming to power in Jammu and Kashmir. But let's talk about Haryana. These election results have come as a surprise for the Congress Party. Does the party accept these results? Because we've seen Jairam Ramesh write to the Election Commission. The Election Commission responds saying that no, it's been a fair process. As far as the Congress is concerned, is that have you accepted that answer, or do you intend to continue challenging these results?
So first and foremost, a good evening to you and to my fellow panelists here on the show this evening. And Vishnu, no, I'm not going to start with Haryana. I will start with JNK and I will answer your direct question on Haryana. It almost seems, and I'm not making you an exception, but it almost seems that the only results that came today were from Haryana. The reality is that the India bloc, and yes, we were a part of that coalition, maybe a smaller part, we have won, and we have won big in Jammu and Kashmir, and the BJP has been resoundingly rejected, especially given the tall claims that they were making for Jammu Kashmir, for the false promises of peace. None of that has really gelled with the voters, and Jammu and Kashmir has given a very strong message to the BJP, to the people of this country, that after independence, it was the first state to be stripped of its statehood. They do not take this line down, and you must restore statehood as early as possible. So I am extremely grateful, thankful, and I take this verdict with folded hands as far as Jammu Kashmir is concerned. Haryana, you are absolutely right, has not gone to our liking. The numbers are a lot lower than what we had expected. You can't brush away some of the concerns that my senior colleague Jairam Ramesh has raised. You cannot also brush away some of the instances that have come to report about EVMs being 99% battery and all of that. Having said so, I will take this as a verdict of the people, but that does not mean that the issues that we raise, and I'm very proud of the fact that the Congress stood with the issues of the people, whether it was the issues of the farmers, the youth of Haryana, the wrestlers of Haryana. We stood with these issues, and I do believe these issues resonate on the ground. It's a little puzzling for me. Why have we ended up where we have? And I'm sure there will be internal assessments made. But as far as Haryana is concerned, the reality is that all of you calling it pro-incumbency vote, actually I have an issue with that. If it was so much of a pro-incumbency vote, the BJP wouldn't have had to change its chief minister, its deputy chief minister, and its president in the last 6 months.
But Supriya,
I also
the
want
fact
to
is
point
they're
out
coming
one
to
thing.
power for the third time. So, I mean, in that sense,
I also want to point out one thing. No, I am picking a hole in the argument on pro-incumbency. Pro-incumbency is a wrong argument. And it's a wrong argument because if they had gone with Mr. Khattar, or if they had gone with the previous deputy chief minister or with the president of the BJP in the past, I would have said it is pro-incumbency. They changed the faces. They're coming back to power. It's still puzzling to me. I will take this verdict. I also have one more thing to say. With all due respect to the mandate that the people of Haryana have delivered, there is a reality, and that reality cannot be ignored. And the reality is that in 2019 Haryana elections, Mr. Modi did not one, not two, but 18 rallies. He was kept away from the Haryana election this time around. He did only 4. And it looks like the BJP has fared better in his absence. I think that's some food for thought that we should talk and discuss about.
Mr.
Because that's an argument missing
issue
from
is
TV
also,
channels.
did, like Madhya Pradesh, did the Congress rely heavily on the Hoodas? The reason why I'm saying is that in Madhya Pradesh, again, it was seen as a winning battle for the Congress party, but there was over-reliance on Mr. Kamal Nath. Did the same story play out also in Haryana?
Absolutely not, Maria, and I respect your question, but I refute it with equal fervor, and I will tell you why. Elections and the analysis is not as simplistic. Just because your numbers didn't come, we were over-relying on one person. No, it was a collective leadership that we went into. Randeep ji, Shelja ji, the Hooda family, they were all, Uday Bhanji, we were all collectively contesting this election. So if we are not going to fare well, we are not going to be glutton and say this person was responsible. I do believe there are various factors that impact an election, and I think we will do an internal analysis. Reducing it to one simplistic factor, I think is not, I'm not a political novice who will do that.
Fair enough, Supriya, but so let me therefore list 5 other factors, and perhaps it's an over-dependence on Jat vote, some would suggest, candidate selection, a failure to consolidate the anti-BJP vote among, let us say, those who otherwise would have agreed with the Congress party, missteps during your campaign, and perhaps a lack of announcing a clear chief ministerial candidate. Would you say that these are other factors which the Congress would at least look at as perhaps reasons why you didn't win?
You know, we will look at various factors of why we did not make gains on the kind of wave there was in Haryana. I'm sure we are going to dwell upon all of these factors. But I will say that, you know, when you succeed, it is that one single factor. When you fail, everybody is going to be a political analyst. I take it all, and I take it all very humbly. But the reality is that there are multiple factors. You know, if I were to turn around and say that the BJP did not cross 400 in the 2024 campaign and only stuck at 240, or they were reduced to half their tally in Haryana because of one factor, I will be politically juvenile to say that, and I'm not going to say that. There were multiple factors that worked against the BJP in the Lok Sabha. There were perhaps multiple factors that worked against us in Haryana this time around. But I will say there are issues in Haryana that continue to resonate, issues in Haryana that they will continue to be, we will continue to raise. And I will say, without blaming it squarely on one factor, I will say the instances that have been brought to notice before the Election Commission need to be looked into, because people of Haryana are questioning why certain EVMs had 99% battery, why did one party lose there and another party win. I think these are questions that should be answered by the Election Commission of India. There's no doubt about it.
Okay. We also have Tarun Upadhyay, senior journalist from Kashmir, joining us here in the studio, Neerja Chaudhary and also Professor Sandeep Shastri. Tarun Upadhyay, not much of a surprise in Jammu and Kashmir. It is the NC Congress, which is all set to form the government. What do you think are interesting reading for particularly the PDP? Lessons learned on what front? With Iltija Mufti, I mean, the daughter of Mehbooba Mufti losing her own, losing the seat as well.
See, Maria, thanks a lot for inviting. There are 2-3 factors which are to be highlighted as far as the Jammu verdict, J&K verdict is concerned. Firstly, it was a verdict valley against the policies of the Modi government. The entire valley gravitated behind the National Congress. And the reason for it, the National Congress is one of the oldest party of the Kashmir region, and it has does have some shades in the Jammu region also. And secondly, the PDP had formed the government with the BJP in 2014, and the PDP was blamed for bringing BJP into the governance for the first time in J&K. And that is the reason. And it was also seen as a party being propped up by the quote-unquote central agencies, like a B team of the BJP. A perception was created like that. So the entire valley gravitated behind the National Conference, which has been vociferously opposing the abrogation of Article 370 and also the Article 35A. Secondly, it is the important takeaway from this verdict is that it is after the first time in 22 years that.
Okay, we have Pradeep Bhandari also joining us of the BJP. Let's have him on the screen too. Pradeep, of course, just a few minutes back, Prime Minister delivered his speech at the BJP headquarters, and that celebration which is happening at every mandal across India is playing out as well. The point being made here by Supriya is also with regards to what they think are some kind of malfunction of the EVM machines. They have to have faith in the electoral process. I mean, if as a principal opposition party, do you think the Election Commission should clear all the doubts?
Well, the Congress party is a start.
Yes.
The Congress party is that when the results go in the favor, they start saying that everything is fine, and when the results do not go.
Connect with Pradeep in just a bit. There seems to be some problem with that line. But yes, Professor Sandeep Shastri, when we look at the overall numbers in Haryana, big takeaways we have been discussing, what does it do to the BJP campaign now onwards? In Haryana, it was a localized campaign, low decibel campaign, and the focus on local leadership as well.
Now, one important difference you will find between Jharkhand and Haryana is, in Haryana, the BJP was defending a government which they had for the last 10 years, whereas in Jharkhand, they will be going against a government which is there of the opposition. And in Maharashtra, they have to defend a government which was the coalition government of which they were a part. So I think Jharkhand and Maharashtra have very different situations, and what the BJP, as I see, would do would curate a campaign, curate a strategy, curate a set of issues relevant to that particular state to help them take their agenda forward. So I don't think that there is a common print that would be used for all these elections. I think the context of that election would specifically define the content of their campaign.
Yes, so context defining content, and that's also something to do with course correction which has happened post the results of the Lok Sabha polls. So Neerja, take that thought forward. Here is the party which has realized that lot of things went wrong in the Lok Sabha polls. Although they are in power, they are trying to ensure that they, when going ahead with the assembly elections, they don't get the narrative wrong. They did not have an overarching theme either in this election.
Yes, they concentrated on local issues.
Yes.
And also, you know, they have organizational superiority as far to the Congress, and that's a huge machinery. And last mile, you know, making it,
No, go ahead.
Last mile making, and the point I was making is, you know, it's a very creditable performance by the NC Congress together in Jammu and Kashmir. But if you look at it, Congress is only 8 seats, and there is so much goodwill in J&K for Rahul Gandhi. I mean, I've seen it myself, talk to people. Why has the Congress not got its act together, converted that goodwill into votes and seats?
Okay, so perhaps Supriya can respond to that. Ma'am, would you respond to this point? The goodwill that Rahul Gandhi has in Srinagar?
You know, Maria, and again, with all due respect to Nirja ji, I will say here, when elections are fought in a coalition, we both stand to gain off each other. I mean, the numbers that show on your screen right now of 49 is a stunning number. That stunning number is not because of NC alone or Congress alone. That stunning number is because the goodwill of Rahul Gandhi translated. And yes, there were more seats that the NC contested in the valley, and you know, they obviously stand to gain more. Should we have done better in Jammu? Absolutely, without a doubt, any day of the week. But I don't think when an election is fought in a coalition, you can turn around and say that one partner did well and the other partner did not. It's the coalition that has to be assessed. Just like the coalition was assessed in Uttar Pradesh. We were in a coalition, but because of us, certain votes were transferred to the SP candidates that were traditionally not transferred. Okay. And you would know that better than anybody else.
But Supriya, if you look at the numbers, the Congress is actually down 6. From last time, in 2014, you had won 12. You're actually down to 6 this time.
6 is it?
So, in as much as you've come to power, or you're coming to power in Jammu and Kashmir, the performance of the Congress itself seems to be, you know, I mean, relatively low.
But Vishnu, I still believe that the numbers, the final tally, is a result of the Congress and the NC coming together. It's a synergy that, you know, put that tally on the table. It is not because NC was doing something alone and we were doing something alone.
But would you like to have had more of a mark in Jammu? Has the Congress underperformed in Jammu?
I would have wanted us to contest far many more seats in Kashmir. There is no denying that. And I do believe, yes, we would have wanted more numbers on the table as far as Jammu is concerned. I will say one thing with Jammu Kashmir before you go any further. The BJP did everything to polarize that election. The BJP released Rashid Engineer, who was not even released for his own campaign in Lok Sabha. The BJP tried to get all sorts of people to contest elections. They had independents, they had separatists, they had everybody there. They still could not do it. The reality is that the BJP kept talking about peace in Jammu and Kashmir, whereas 26 terror strikes have happened in the last 110 days. So Jammu and Kashmir has delivered a very strong message. And actually that message is even stronger than the message in Haryana. If you ask me, it's a very, very decisive verdict, and they've delivered a very strong message. It's good if the BJP reads it. It's good for national politics.
Okay, we will be joined by Omar Abdullah, the man of the moment.
In just a few moments.
Yes.
Go ahead, Maria.
Yes. So, you know, there's lots to ask him. And Professor Sandeep Shastri and Nirja both will be, you know, joining us in that conversation.
It's fascinating if you talk about Omar Abdullah himself, in as much as you talk about the resurgence of the NC. If you talk about the resurgence of Omar Abdullah, here's a man who just in the Lok Sabha elections, you know, was felled by 2 lakh votes, is back with the bank, said he didn't want to contest assembly, is going to be chief minister one more time, winning both the seats, and returning as chief minister.
If you look at while Supriyaji's point is correct that it was an alliance which fought the election. But if you look at the strike rate of the NC and the strike rate of the Congress, you see a vast difference. The NC strike rate is something like 80% or something, whereas the Congress strike rate is much lower. And I would believe that is linked to the fact that the principal fight of the Congress was with the BJP in the Jammu region, where it did not do so well. So I think, while I concede the point that you need to talk of an alliance,
because it was a pre-poll alliance.
Yes.
You know, it was the pre-poll alliance, but what happens to Mehbooba Mufti is PDP now?
Well, that's also a big challenge. Mehbooba Mufti has suffered because of her alliance with the BJP over the years. She's lost as many as 40 senior leaders, and she is fighting with her back to the wall. So I think, and to keep her party relevant, that is going to be the big challenge. But even just a comment on the Congress. While the Congress is paying attention to building up Rahul Gandhi's political persona is not giving as much attention to rebuilding its organization, whereas it has to be pitted against a party which is very strong organizationally.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true.
Okay. So Omar Abdullah is going to join us in perhaps a few moments from now.
All right, he's with us right now. I'm told Omar Abdullah logging in right now. Let's go straight across to Omar Abdullah, very much the man of the moment. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah, very much for being with us.
And congratulations.
And congratulations. You won both your seats this time around. The margin of your win and of the performance of the National Conference, be honest with us, is it better than what you had expected?
Sorry. Actually, yes. I didn't expect as many seats as this. I think our expectations, or personally my expectations, were tempered by the Parliament loss a couple of months ago. So I didn't want to get carried away with what to expect. But I'm humbled and deeply grateful to the voters for the mandate that they've given us.
You know, I noticed that you didn't lose your sense of humor this morning when a reporter asked you about whether you were going to win the elections. You said he'd come to a place to run during the assembly elections. When you were leading, you went back home and you'd lost. Quite clearly, that didn't happen. That didn't happen this time around.
Thank goodness not. I was a little worried about that.
And how do you look at the performance of your alliance partner, Mr. Abdullah, the Congress?
Look, I'm sure the Congress will do its own soul searching. I can be greedy and say, look, we could have done with a few more seats. Anybody could have. We could have done with 50, 60, 70. But look, I'm grateful for as many as we've got. We've crossed the halfway mark. The Congress was instrumental in this alliance in getting us here. As I said in a few interviews during the campaign, for the National Conference, the alliance with the Congress was less about seats and more about perception. We knew that the handful of seats we were going to be giving the Congress, particularly in the Valley, were seats that we would otherwise have won. But for us, it was important to give the voters the sense that this was an alliance that could form a government without the need of the BJP. And that was important for us in the National Conference.
In terms of elections in Kashmir, and particularly in the Valley, it's regional sentiment and identity politics play such an important part. That's obviously something which you have banked on during your election campaign. It's also something which the PDP was potentially banking on. But they've had a disastrous run. They're down 25 from last time. So in terms of the politics of identity and in cashing or working with regional sentiment, do you believe that it's the National Conference alone in Jammu and Kashmir which owns that space as a result of these elections?
Look, nobody owns space permanently. You have to continue to work to occupy space. I mean, this was space that we ceded for a few elections. So it's space that the National Conference currently occupies, but we can't take it for granted. It's not space that's given to us in perpetuity. We need to work to continue to remain relevant to the voters. The voters have given us a resounding opportunity. Now we have to live up to that opportunity and to prove ourselves worthy of that verdict. One of the challenges we are going to have, and I'm sure this would have been a question coming up, is that this government, when it does get formed, will have far less participation from Jammu than should have been there. Jammu has voted almost overwhelmingly for the BJP. Now this government, when it is formed, will have to redouble its efforts to give a sense of ownership to the people of Jammu. We will have to convince the people of Jammu that this government is not just for the National Conference and the Congress. It's not just for the people who voted for us. This government is for every single person in Jammu and Kashmir, be it a National Conference voter, a Congress voter, a BJP voter, or a person who didn't vote at all. It's going to be a challenge, but it's something we're going to have to do.
What about working with the centre on some of your core issues? For example, on Article 370's revocation in 2019, a lot of people would say, look, that is done and dusted irrespective of what you may feel. You do, of course, need to work with the centre for all sorts of reasons for Jammu and Kashmir, not least of all, development. Are you willing to take a look at your relationship with the BJP and at the centre afresh in order to govern?
And also the Raj
none of-
Bhavan in,
sorry,
in
yeah.
Srinagar.
Yeah, look, none of us are foolish enough, nor did we try and convince the voters that we were going to work on our 370 agenda with this current government in Delhi. We know that you're not going to get it back from the government that took it away from you. So set that aside for now. Our immediate priority is to work with the government in Delhi to get statehood back for Jammu and Kashmir. Now, in that respect, I believe that the Prime Minister is an honorable man. He has promised the people of Jammu and Kashmir that statehood will be restored. He promised it in every single speech that he made while campaigning here. The Honorable Home Minister did the same. And therefore, once the government is formed, I'd like to believe that the Chief Minister will come to Delhi, talk to the Prime Minister and others, and establish a good working relationship. A hostile relationship is not in the interest of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. I don't believe it's in the interest of the union government either. I don't think the government of India will benefit in any way by having any sort of hostile or difficult relationship with Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir has enough problems as it is. We have hostile neighbors on both sides. We don't need a hostile relationship with government of India as well. So it would be my advice to the incoming government in J&K to move to have a good working relationship with government of India, and at the same time figure out a working relationship with Raj Bhavan for the duration that we're a union territory. We're going to have to figure out how to work together. Now, unfortunately, with this Lieutenant Governor, we have no relationship at all. If there has been one, it's been one that's been a little hostile rather than anything else. So we're going to have to restart from a fresh page and figure out a good working relationship there as well.
Important words over there, a conciliatory tone that seems absolutely clear. Mr. Abdullah, you spoke about hostile neighbors. We face a law and order and a terrorism-related situation south in the Jammu region, the greater Jammu region now. In a sense, terrorism has always moved from the valley to that region. The number of casualties among security forces has gone up. Do you see security as being one of your primary concerns as you come to power, dealing this new facet of terrorism?
Well, I would like it to be, I would like to have the responsibility of dealing with it, but right now we don't. As a union territory, the responsibility for security, law and order, policing is the responsibility of the Lieutenant Governor. And therefore, what happens on a security front, attacks in Jammu, are something he has to deal with. I do hope that Jammu and Kashmir gets statehood back and gets it back quickly. Then the elected government will be responsible as in other states. And then we will do right by Jammu and ensure that that peace and calm is restored.
Okay, Mr. Abdullah, of course, you don't need PDP. You are going to form this government. You have the number to form the government. But would you extend that offer for them to join the government to make it more inclusive, because make it about Gupkar?
It's honestly not a thought that's crossed our minds. At the moment, making this government more inclusive with regard to Kashmir is not the challenge. The challenge is to make this government more inclusive for the people of Jammu. And unfortunately, the PDP doesn't have any seats from Jammu.
Okay, Professor Sandeep Shastri, Omar has a question for you. Professor Shastri, go ahead.
Congratulations, Omar ji, on this victory. And it is wonderful to hear these sentiments of yours of wanting to work in collaboration with the centre. But with the National Conference also being a part of the India coalition, would the realities of politics somewhere come in the way, because there would be the larger picture of how politics shapes up between the India coalition on the one hand and the NDA on the other? So do you see any complication coming up because of that factor?
The wider India coalition's responsibilities are largely the Congress parties in the rest of the country. And again, I would like to believe that the Congress party will be responsible enough not to try and push the government of Jammu and Kashmir into an antagonistic relationship with the union government. If we're not looking for a fight, I don't think one should be forced on us. Jammu and Kashmir is now not due a major election for at least 4.5 years. You have 4.5 years before the parliament election, 5 years for the next assembly election. I think we need to give time for this government to work, and it'll have to work in partnership, in a relationship with the union government.
All right, those are very important words over there. One final question. I know the Congress has won just a handful of seats compared to you, just 6. But there would perhaps be expectations of certain ministerial berths. Has there been any conversation with the Congress leadership, if not on berths, then on anything else, post these results coming out?
Well, Rahul was kind enough to call my father and offer his congratulations. I had a call from Kharge-ji, and he offered his congratulations for both the performance of the National Conference and for the alliance as a whole. But beyond that, there have been no conversations. The National Conference is yet to elect its legislative party leader, at which point in time we'll sit down with the allies and see what has to be done.
All right. Omar Abdullah.
Okay, there is a question coming in from Neerja Chaudhary as well.
We aren't going to let you go that easily,
Just 30
Omar.
seconds more. Yes.
30 seconds more.
Are
After
you,
that, yeah,
are
go
you
ahead.
all set to become the next Chief Minister of J&K?
Am I set to become the next Chief Minister of J&K?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't know. That's for the legislative
No, but
party
your
of the
father
National
said that you are the next Chief Minister.
I knew that was coming.
Yes.
My father does tend to sort of get in before anybody else.
Oh, you asked him a question, he gave us an answer. There's no reason to believe you aren't going to be the Chief Minister now, is there?
No, I will just say this much, that the legislative party of the National Conference is yet to meet, after which the alliance has to meet as well. Once those two are on the same page, then we'll know who the Chief Minister is.
All
So
right.
there is a process over there. Thank you, Omar Abdullah, very much the man of the moment in Jammu and Kashmir. Congratulations on a fantastic election performance. Very important message over there, Maria and Neerja. I think a very strong message of, I don't know if the word reconciliation is correct, but reaching out to the centre, saying let's work together, and some important
he's given
words.
us a huge news point.
Yes,
Vishnu.
yes,
He said,
yes.
set aside 370 for now. We want good relationship in New Delhi. For him to say that we want good relationship, he understands that there has to be a friendly equation between the centre and Jammu and Kashmir to ensure that the development processes do not suffer.
That's
focus
huge.
on trust and reconciliation,
Yes.
I think, were very important words.
And he said, set aside 370, something to, I think, close to those words. Set aside 370 for now. That's been a key issue. And a genuine effort at reaching out, saying that we don't want to be antagonistic to the centre. The centre has no reason to be antagonistic to us. Therefore, I think the future, from a pragmatic standpoint, for the people of Jammu and Kashmir is bright. And I think also the message that, you know, we would like to have done more in the Jammu region, but as a party, we have to ensure that we reach out to people over there, work for them.
We have another
That's
newsmaker
crucial.
joining us now from Jammu right now, and he's someone who actually scripted that big victory for the BJP. You know, 29 in Jammu region, you know.
Incredible performance over there.
Yes, Vishnu. He'll be joining us any moment now. We are waiting for Ram Madhav to join us, but a quick break and then we return with the newsmaker on the other side.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी
बहुत आ रही है, पहुंचा रही है.
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है.
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
And we are going to go straight to Jammu, where the architect of the BJP's performance, Ram Madhav, is joining us, BJP in charge of Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Ram Madhav was brought in to this role, and then we saw this phenomenal performance of your party. Congratulations, Mr. Ram Madhav. How do you look at the party's performance?
Thank you. And let me at the outset clarify that this performance, which is a spectacular performance, no doubt, but that is not because of me joining a month ago. A lot of effort has gone into it in the last couple of years from our leaders in Delhi, like Shri Amit Bhai himself and others, but also our state team, state leadership, our party in charges. Everybody has done a lot of groundwork, and I just entered a month ago. We all have collectively worked towards this good victory. I would consider it as a very, very significant victory. JP. I also worked in 2014 elections in this state. I am sure you all remember that. The victory at that time was also a very big victory. We won 25 seats at that time. This time we won 29 seats. But the importance of this result is that we won almost all the seats, I would say, of the main Jammu region. If you exclude the Doda Kishtwad and what generally is described in this area as Pir Panchal region, the entire Jammu voted for BJP. And that's the reason why today BJP stands as the #1 party in terms of vote share. We have close to 26% vote share, as against NC's 24%. The reason being massive support we got from Jammu. Right. I think that's a very important message that those who are planning to form the government in the state must remember that they don't have any mandate from Jammu, and Jammu's mandate is with BJP. So we all have to work together for the good progress and development of the state.
Ram Madhav ji, that's my next question. Omar Abdullah was on this program about 5 minutes back, less than that, in which he said very, very significantly, he's willing to keep 370 aside for now, number one. He says there is no reason to have an antagonistic relationship with the BJP in Kashmir's interests, and the BJP, he says, has no interest in having an antagonistic relationship potentially with the National Conference. He says he has to work with Raj Bhavan, he has to work with the centre, because he has to get the job done for people in the state, obviously. How would you respond to those remarks by the man who's going to be the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir?
Firstly, our hearty congratulations to him. It's a well-deserved victory for them. Just as we swept off entire Jammu region, they also made extraordinary gains in the entire Kashmir Valley. So naturally, we congratulate him, and he is going to stake the claim for forming the government. Our best wishes for him. And as far as the future of the government or the functioning of the government is concerned, Prime Minister Modi doesn't discriminate between state and state because of which political party is in power. That's not the way BJP functions. That's what we learned from Modi ji. So that's not the way in which BJP in Jammu and Kashmir is also going to function. We will certainly work for the good of the state. When I take good of the state. As I mentioned earlier, we represent our predominant representation is from Jammu. We work for the welfare and well-being of people of Jammu. There won't be any compromises. We will fight for the rights and the developmental challenges of Jammu region. But at the same time, we will be definitely willing to cooperate with the government in matters that help the state grow, state develop. There is no doubt about it.
And Mr. Ram Madhav, the fact is that the BJP did not even open its account in the valley. Is that a matter of concern for you?
Not necessarily a matter of concern, but it's certainly a challenge for us. We cannot all the time be saying that, we have swept off the entire Jammu region, so we are so happy and all that. That's not going to be sufficient. Maybe next 5 years, we have to really work hard towards expanding our footprint in Kashmir Valley. Having said it, I just wanted to underscore one point here. In one seat in Kashmir, we contested in 19 seats. In one seat, our candidate came very close to victory. I mean, he lost by just 1,000 votes.
Right.
You can imagine BJP's candidate losing the election by 1,000 votes. Means today we have been able to, probably capture the imagination of the people to some extent. It's not enough to win seats yet, but I am sure, on a lighter note, may I remind to you that Congress party has been fighting elections in Kashmir for last 7 decades, and they still have 2 to 4 seats only.
They were down 6 from last time.
There is a particular mood.
Ram Madhav ji,
but we won't take that long, I'm saying. We won't take 70 years to reach there. We will, next 5 years, we will try to get a good foothold.
So Ram Madhav ji, there's been a process. The special status of Kashmir was revoked. There was a period when elections were not held. We've had wonderful elections in the state. It's been the demand of so many parties that there is a restoration of statehood. That was what Omar Abdullah also said, that he wants to work with the centre and he hopes that happens. Do you believe, sir, that is logically the next big step for Jammu and Kashmir? Restoration of statehood?
Oh yeah, first of all, the first point that you mentioned, probably the significance of it probably needs to be understood by the rest of the country properly. Jammu and Kashmir always had a big component which used to boycott elections.
Yes.
That component used to be like Hurriyat, Jamaat-e-Islami. These parties used to boycott every election. We were not there at that time. Even those days also they used to boycott elections. But do you know, in this election, not only Hurriyat components, not only Jamaat, they supported the election, but they even contested in the elections. That is the real good achievement of our democracy. Today, there is nobody in the Kashmir Valley who is saying that I won't participate, I am boycotting. There is no boycott. Everybody, including Jamaat and including Hurriyat, have joined the process, which is a real good victory for us. As far as statehood is concerned, our leadership has committed it on the floor of the House.
Okay.
And so in terms of a time period,
Prime Minister has repeatedly
as a close
said
observer, Ram Madhav ji, as a very close follower, what is a logical time period? I know it's not up to you to decide, but do you believe that, are we looking at months, maybe a year? What is your sense of it?
So my feeling is that certainly the Union Territory will get statehood. That is one commitment even Prime Minister gave at the time of the campaigning also. Last week itself he said it. No, we will certainly give the statehood to Jammu and Kashmir UT. It will happen. But you remember one thing, Jammu Kashmir has travelled a lot of distance in the last 5 to 10 years. It gave up that complete terrorist identity today. It's a very peaceful state. We have travelled a distance in terms of separatism also. As I mentioned to you, today even Jamaat has joined the political process, democratic process. It's a big achievement for our country, our democracy. So those in power in the state should be reassuring to the people in Delhi that they won't bring those tendencies back into this region. Then full statehood is possible. Now, here are people who have been demanding release of all the terrorists in jail, demanding restoration of Article 370. With that kind of attitude, if they go to the assembly in the state and then demand that give me statehood because I have to release release political prisoners, separatists and terrorist leaders and all, that becomes problematic for larger national security issues. Otherwise, yes, we are in favor of this UT getting statehood sooner than later.
Okay. Mr. Ram Madhav, there is Neerja Chaudhary in the studio, also Professor Sandeep Shastri. They'll be pitching in with some questions as well. Neerja Chaudhary, go ahead.
Mr. Ram Madhav, implicit in the mandate is that Jammu and the Valley work together. You represent Jammu, then NC represents the Valley. Now, both sides in the state would like the restoration of statehood. I'm only pursuing what Vishnu was saying earlier. To say as soon as possible, as soon as is feasible, every party, your party has declared we will do it, your leadership has declared we will do it, other parties have demanded it. So what is the hitch? Why not a clear timeline? Okay, a year down the line, 8 months down the line, we will do it.
No, if that is your suggestion, I will certainly carry that suggestion to our leadership. Can we give a timeline for that? But those in the government will take the decision at an appropriate time. I can only say that much, because Jammu and Kashmir is not like all other states. There are certain issues that the government has to keep in mind. That's why I said earlier, we have traveled a long distance from what it used to be 10 years ago or 15 years ago to today. We do not want to lose those benefits or those advantages that we gained over the last few years. And once that is ensured and we are reassured of that, definitely statehood will be given, and what shape and form that statehood will take. I mean, ultimately, when I say statehood, there is no one format. Different types of formats exist for statehood also. What format does this UT take when it becomes a state will be decided by the parliament, because that is the prerogative of the parliament. And in the parliament today, we have enough number of members from all different parties. I'm sure they will take an appropriate view on which type of statehood to be extended.
Okay.
Professor Shastri.
Ram Madhav ji, a while ago when we had Omar Abdullah ji on this show, he made this point that keeping in mind reality of circumstances, he would keep aside the Article 370 issue and take the other issue of statehood forward. Now, do you not see that as a welcome first sign for this reconciliation and bridge building and trust building between various players who will be part of the process of taking the politics and development of Jammu and Kashmir forward?
Oh yeah, certainly, undoubtedly. If only I take his words on his face value, yeah, of course, I agree with you. But do you know the statements that came out of Jammu National Conference Party in Kashmir today? Have you followed them? I tell you what those statements were. They claimed that it was a mandate for our demand for restoration of Article 370. While I say it's not a mandate for that, because I have analyzed it enough in the last few hours. They got only 23% popular vote in the entire state. Okay, I understand that's not exactly about the Kashmir Valley. In the valley, they got around less than 35%. But there also, the other parties which are not demanding restoration of 370 had majority. But the rhetoric in the valley is that no, this is a mandate for our demand for restoration of 370. So this has been the tendency of this leadership in Kashmir, especially Mr. Abdullah and Muftis, that one thing they say in Valley and completely different thing to us in studios in Delhi. As long as that tendency continues, it will be difficult. To your question, the primary point that whether we should work together, of course we should work together for the important reason that now we have to protect the interests of Jammu, which has voted en masse to us. For that also we have to work with them, which we will do.
What you're saying, Ram Madhav ji, is that they need to walk the talk. It's one thing to make the statements, but you need to be consistent everywhere. So people in Jammu and Kashmir have to be told the same thing as what is being told on television. I think that's a point that the National Conference leadership may pick up on. But I would suggest, Ram Madhav ji, it's a very, very positive sort of sense we're getting from Omar Abdullah that he wants to work together with the centre. And a very positive sense from you when you say and you remind us that, look, that's what the BJP does. It's our job to work with states, whichever state it is. because it's our job to help people, and that's what governance is all about. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us, Maria.
My pleasure.
Yes.
My pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for speaking to NDTV. So with that, it's a wrap from us, but a word from both Professor Sandeep Shastri on the day and how exciting it has been. You know, we thought that it will be a cliffhanger in Jammu and Kashmir. The Jammu and Kashmir has given a clear mandate, and it's a complete upset in Haryana.
Maria, I would say at the end what I normally say when we have had such a roller coaster day. I think at the end of the day, when you look at the Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir verdict, the voter of India has clearly spoken. The voter of Jammu and Kashmir and the voter of Haryana has clearly spoken. And that is the real strength of our democracy.
Okay.
I would just add to that, the Indian voters Zindabad, always bringing a surprise.
Absolutely.
And what a fascinating verdict day it has been, Vishnu.
Remarkable day, absolutely. There'll be a lot more to discuss tomorrow as the government formation exercise begins, but I suspect all our political leaders are taking a bit of a breath, at least those with the winning parties. But let's see what the Congress plans next. Are they going to let things go as far as Haryana is concerned, or will they continue with question marks on the election process itself? We'll have to wait and see. We'll continue to track these very, very big stories. Stories which impact millions of lives in our country in these two states. For the moment, from Maria and me and the entire NDTV team, good night.
Cappuccinos to go,
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form government in Haryana with a big majority.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
PM Modi says lotus bloomed in Haryana. He joins the victory bash as BJP clinches a hat-trick. PM targets Congress, puts anti-India conspiracy charge. Shocker for the Congress party routed in Haryana. Did divisions in the top leadership cost the party? Congress says it can't accept the results. In Jammu and Kashmir, NC on song takes the Congress along. BJP wins in Jammu region, no show in Valley. Mehbooba Mufti's PDP is routed. Aam Aadmi Party gets a surprise seat. NC Chief Farooq Abdullah says Omar Abdullah to be the next CM. In his first interview to NDTV after winning, Omar Abdullah says need to build NC-LG relationship. Many people have voted for National Conference for the very first time and hope that PM Modi lives up to the promise of statehood. Hello and welcome to News at 10. I'm your host Rika Roy and we start all the election news. After massive Haryana victory, there were celebrations at the BJP headquarters. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said BJP's record straight term in Haryana is the victory of politics, of development and good governance. The Saffron Party clinched 48 of the 90 seats. He led the party's hat-trick celebrations in the Haryana Dangal. The BJP defied exit poll predictions and effectively countered anti-incumbency to notch up its best ever tally in Haryana, being in power in the state for 10 years. While addressing the party workers at the moment of victory and thanking them, PM hit out at Congress, calling it an anti-national party. Let's listen in.
पहले कांग्रेस सोचती थी कि वो चाहे काम करे या न करे, लोग तो उसको वोट देंगे ही। लेकिन अब कांग्रेस की पोल खुल चुकी है, उसका डिब्बा गोल हो चुका है। कांग्रेस सत्ता को अपना जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार मानती है। आज पूरा देश देख रहा है कि कैसे कांग्रेस हमारे समाज में जाति का जहर फैलाने पर उतर आई है। जम्मू कश्मीर में उसकी सहयोगी पार्टी डर के मारे पहले से कई कह रही थी कि कांग्रेस की वजह से उसे नुकसान हो रहा है और आज के नतीजों में भी वही दिखा है। कांग्रेस ऐसी परजीवी पार्टी है जो अपने सहयोगियों को ही निगल जाती है।
Historic victory in Haryana. Bharatiya Janata Party cadres gathered over here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, and it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who addressed the cadres of Bharatiya Janata Party for almost an hour. Prime Minister clearly stated that there is truth and development which have prevailed in the land of Gita. Prime Minister also stated that this is a in Jammu and Kashmir, and for the first time any party has returned for third time in Haryana. It is Prime Minister who attacked the Congress party and stated that Congress is spreading poison of casteism. Those living in five-star lives are instigating the poor over caste, and also Prime Minister stated that people have recognized Congress's conspiracy. Finally, Prime Minister stated that the victory in Haryana will take Haryana to greater heights of development, and the cadres over here clearly celebrating of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and certainly it was also JP Nadda who attacked the Congress party, stating that it was in Jammu and Kashmir that Bharatiya Janata Party received a phenomenal vote share as well, and the amount of seats that they have received from Jammu region is incredible. Certainly from here on, Bharatiya Janata Party will be forming another time government in Haryana from here on, and the much excited workers at Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, the energy that they have certainly will be transformed for another elections of Delhi, Jharkhand and Maharashtra. This is Ishwarajan with journalist Gauri Prakash for NDTV in Delhi.
Now, Naib Singh Saini, the sitting Chief Minister of Haryana, will get another term at the top. Leaders of the BJP have said any speculation on the subject amid his alleged ineffectiveness. It is a gamble that may have paid off BJP. How Naib Singh Saini became the man of the moment? Take a look at his journey.
एक बड़ा मोमेंटम पूरे हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर बना है, बहुत बड़े मैंडेट के साथ। आप ऐतिहासिक सीटें हरियाणा के अंदर आ रही है और तीसरी बार सरकार बना रही है।
The big news is that the Congress party is all set to form the government if these numbers come true on October 8th.
Despite exit polls favoring the Congress, Haryana Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini expressing confidence of a BJP hat-trick. Saini, who was appointed just 6 months ago replacing Manohar Lal Khattar, was facing anti-incumbency of 9.5 years. From an unapproachable Khattar to an accessible and affable leader, Saini forced course correction for BJP in Haryana, scripting history for the Saffron Party with its biggest victory ever in the state.
आज हरियाणा के इस बेटे की प्रशंसा पूरे देश में होती है। इतने कम समय में बहुत कम लोगों को इतनी लोकप्रियता मिलती है, और इसका कारण भी है हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी 24 घंटे हरियाणा के विकास के लिए समर्पित रहते हैं।
54-year-old Saini, the incumbent Chief Minister of Haryana, launched a number of schemes to help poor in his attempt to win back their votes. BJP's calculation was replacing Punjabi origin Chief Minister in Khattar with an OBC CM in Naib Singh Saini would help it win support among the OBCs, which form nearly 30% of Haryana's population. The Saini factor consolidated the non-Jat votes as well.
हमने हरियाणा में एक बीसी के बेटे को गरीब घर से, नायब सिंह जी खड़े हो जाइए, जोर से ताली बजाइए नायब सिंह जी के लिए। एक बीसी के बेटे को हरियाणा का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया है। अब इनके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा आगे बढ़ेगा।
Buoyed by its Lok Sabha performance just 4 months ago, where it won 5 seats, the Congress was hoping for a landslide. However, Naib Singh Saini staged a comeback. Saini's political career began in the early 2000s when he became the district president of the BJP Yuva Morcha in Ambala in 2002. Though Saini lost the first election he contested in 2009, but would go on to become an MLA from Narayangarh in 2014. His proximity with Khattar ensured him ministerial berth, and then he rose through the rank in the party. When Khattar was told by the party leadership he must relinquish his seat, his pick was Naib Singh Saini. But very soon Saini would come into his own.
जितना काम किया है उसके ऊपर मुहर लगी है। ऐतिहासिक जीत मोदी जी की नीतियों को दी है।
क्रेडिट किसको
ये आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों को और प्रधानमंत्री जी के कार्य को ये सारा का सारा क्रेडिट हम देते हैं, जो उन्होंने जबरदस्त तरीके से हरियाणा के लोगों की अपेक्षाओं के ऊपर खरा उतरते हुए और हमारी सरकार ने उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके जो भेदभाव क्षेत्रवाद का, परिवारवाद का जो बढ़ता जाता था उसके ऊपर हमने विराम लगाया है।
हरियाणा चीफ मिनिस्टर नायब सिंह सैनी held statewide yatra announcement MSP for 24 crops and rupees 2100 for women under Laddo Ban Yojana has really consolidated votes for him. Not only this, we have seen he was also able to counter the Congress narrative of angry farmer by announcing a lot of schemes for the farmers. Not only this, he was also able to counter the narrative of Agniveer, which was mounted by the Congress by making a lot of announcement for state jobs for Agniveers. Undoubtedly, Saini has engineered the biggest electoral upset for the Congress. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Ladwa, Haryana. You are holding this roadshow for thanks to all the voters. How do you see your victory?
मैं लाडवा के सभी लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं। जो स्नेह, जो प्यार, जो आशीर्वाद लाडवा के लोगों ने दिया है, आप देख रहे हैं। मैं 4 बजे से रोड के ऊपर हूं और लोगों का जो आशीर्वाद, प्यार, स्नेह मिल रहा है वो काबिले तारीफ है। मैं दिल से लाडवा के लोगों का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि इतने बड़े भारी जीत से उन्होंने कमल का फूल यहाँ से खिलाया है। मोदी जी की नीतियों के ऊपर आज हरियाणा के लोगों ने मुहर लगाई है। मोदी जी ने जो काम किए हैं, जो एक नया हरियाणा, नया भारत बनाने का काम आदरणीय मोदी जी कर रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर मुहर हरियाणा के लोगों ने तीसरी बार
आपको टाइम बहुत कम मिला।
जी की नीतियों के ऊपर मुहर लगाई है।
आपको टाइम बड़ा कम मिला, लेकिन आपने हमेशा कहा कि मैं बहुत काम करना चाहता हूँ, नॉन स्टॉप हरियाणा चलाया मैंने। तो कैसे देखते हैं उसको? आपको लगता है लोगों ने एक्सेप्ट किया?
बिल्कुल एक्सेप्ट किया है। जितना काम किया है उसके ऊपर मुहर लगी है। ऐतिहासिक जीत मोदी जी की नीतियों को दी है।
क्रेडिट किसको
ये आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों को और प्रधानमंत्री जी के कार्य को ये सारा का सारा क्रेडिट हम देते हैं, जो उन्होंने जबरदस्त तरीके से हरियाणा के लोगों की अपेक्षाओं के ऊपर खरा उतरते हुए और हमारी सरकार ने उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके जो भेदभाव क्षेत्रवाद का, परिवारवाद का जो बढ़ता जाता था उसके ऊपर हमने विराम लगाया है। पूरे हरियाणा का समान रूप से विकास।
सैनी साहब ने ऐसा क्या मैजिक किया कि जो कांग्रेस के पास अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट थी, उनके पास किसानों का मुद्दा था, वो क्या लगता है कि ऐसा मैजिक क्या चला?
वो झूठ बोलते थे, उनका झूठ बिका नहीं और ना आगे बिकेगा। उन्होंने 3 जगह अपना झूठ बेचा है। एक हिमाचल में बेचा, एक कर्नाटक में बेचा, तेलंगाना में बेचा। उसके बाद उनकी दुकानदारी खत्म हो गई है, उनका झूठ नहीं चल रहा। मोदी जी की नीतियों को, मोदी जी की गारंटी के ऊपर विश्वास देश और प्रदेश कर रहा है।
अब मुख्यमंत्री की शपथ कब ले रहे हैं सर? मुख्यमंत्री की शपथ कब ले रहे हैं?
जल्दी बताऊंगा।
So, this is the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. He has already made it very clear that the policies of the BJP has been accepted by the people, and that's why they are able to get big mandate. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Ladwa, Haryana.
Now, subdued election morning at the BJP headquarters and early celebrations at the Congress office were seen on the counting day. But the early celebrations turned out to be a gloomy day after a few hours, and a confident Congress lost the Haryana seat.
A subdued election morning at the BJP headquarters and early celebrations at the Congress office. Minutes into the counting of votes, dhols, crackers and slogans heard at the Congress office and sweets already distributed. Less than 5 kilometers away, an otherwise buoyant BJP approached the early leads with caution after the exit poll setback and the surprise Lok Sabha mandate less than 4 months ago.
Congress workers continue to throng the Congress party headquarters with that hope that the exit polls, as well as what they have done, is for them, for the Congress party, it's been a very difficult and hard-fought campaign.
Even I am witnessing there is no halwa or no laddu preparing at the BJP headquarters early this morning, because the early exit polls had predicted something else for the BJP this time. But BJP leaders are waiting to see the results, and then only they'll step out and come out at the BJP headquarters.
With Congress in a sweet mood too soon in the day, party workers distributed Haryana's world-famous jalebis on the bitter counting morning, before the day turned unsavory for a now salty Congress.
What is your message to Prime Minister Modi as well as Home Minister Amit Shah?
He should have a jalebi today.
But the celebrations proved premature soon enough, with the tide turning dramatically and results going the BJP way decisively in Haryana. Dholwalas were seen leaving the Congress office and celebrations fizzled out, with the BJP surging ahead well beyond the magic number. A dramatic turn after a dull morning, the laddus rolled the BJP way, countering the Congress's jalebas to celebrate their big fat heartland victory.
After initial grimness at BJP headquarters in the morning, the BJP supporters by evening started rejoicing the historic verdict that many would have not thought after the exit polls.
The BJP is all set to milk its sweet victory ahead of key state elections just months away. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Time for a very tiny break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux, Dulux, Dulux.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है।
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained.
Welcome back. The Congress National Conference Alliance has crossed the halfway mark and secured 49 seats out of 90, winning the assembly elections, and is set to form the government in Jammu and Kashmir. Of these, 42 seats belong to the National Conference, 6 to Indian National Congress. Omar Abdullah will become the next Jammu and Kashmir CM. Here's Omar Abdullah to NDTV in one of his first few interviews.
Well, I'm joined by the man of the moment, Omar Abdullah, who has won this election, not just his party, but he's winning from 2 seats, Gandarbal and Badgam. It's a double victory for Omar Abdullah after recent defeat in the parliament. You are smiling?
I think there is ample reason to smile. We've done well, better than we had expected. And as you said, I managed to retain both my seats by a good margin. So contrary to some of the doubters who were saying that this was a sign of weakness, I said right in the beginning, it's a sign of strength. I want to show that Baramulla was an aberration, and it has been proven so.
So when you actually decided to contest election, I spoke to you that time. And you said the first transaction of business of this government would be in the assembly to pass a resolution, show the rejection of people to what Centre has done on August 5, 2019.
I believe this mandate is a reflection of that. The fact that by an overwhelming margin, the BJP has been kept out of office. The BJP has seats, but they are very far from the halfway mark. That in itself tells you that the majority of the people of Jammu and Kashmir do not agree with the politics of the BJP. And it is reflected in the way they have voted.
Your manifesto has made several promises, including restoration of statehood, fighting for the 370, giving so many things to the people. Is it, aren't you now under the burden of expectations?
Well, certainly. The burden of expectations is something that we have sort of come to realize over the course of today. It's not just our manifesto. It's the way in which people have resoundingly come out and voted for the National Conference. Considering that we didn't fight all 90 seats, we fought far less than 90.
Exactly.
Therefore, the win ratio for the National Conference.
And I may add, your strike rate is 75%.
Well, there you go. I wasn't aware of that, but it's a statistic that I'll definitely be happy with. No, but coming back to your original point, yes, I think people have a right to expect things from us, and it is our responsibility to deliver on their expectations. Obviously, some of the things that we have promised, we will start immediately. Some of the things that we have promised will require us to work with New Delhi to get our statehood back. But I believe, as I said earlier, that the Prime Minister is an honourable man. We don't say Honourable Prime Minister for nothing. I believe the Prime Minister is an honourable man. He has promised the people of Jammu and Kashmir statehood, and I hope that he will live up to that promise.
And BJP has been saying time and again, first delimitation, after the reorganization, they say first delimitation, then election, then restoration of statehood. How soon you are expecting that to happen?
They said as much even in the Supreme Court. Therefore, I would like to believe, look, nowhere has the BJP ever said that first BJP government, then statehood. Even in the speeches of the Prime Minister, nowhere did he say that only a BJP government will get statehood. He said Jammu and Kashmir will get statehood. Therefore, the people of Jammu and Kashmir have spoken. And I hope that the Honourable Prime Minister will be magnanimous in restoring statehood to Jammu and Kashmir at the very earliest.
So when we see the results, as I said, your strike rate is 75%, but the Congress performance has been much less than what many had expected, even Congress had expected. I mean, you may have also expected them to do. It is actually which now clear is that there was a pro-NC wave, and they were riding on that NC wave in the valley, and they have miserably failed in Jammu.
Look, I think there will be time to analyze the performance of the alliance as a whole. Obviously, I think the Congress has a number of reasons to do some soul searching, not the least of which is Haryana, because once again exit polls were proven to be completely wrong. They were wrong in Jammu and Kashmir, where they had said there will be a hung assembly. There is no hung assembly. They are wrong in Haryana, where they had said BJP would lose. It didn't lose. That said, I am grateful for every seat that we have. I am extremely grateful that we have got the number of seats that we had. Could we have done with more? Of course. We could have been greedy and said, yes, we wanted 10 more, 15 more. नहीं मिले. लेकिन जितने मिले मैं उनका शुक्रगुजार हूँ.
Moving from politics to sports, now in the National Cricket League matches being played in US, Atlanta and Chicago won the matches 6th and 7th in the T10 League. Angelo Matthews scored a half-century in losing cause, while Robin Uthappa led his team from the front. Take a look.
Down the ground. Oh, full toss.
Oh, he's gone
A high-scoring encounter unfolded between Los Angeles Waves and Atlanta Kings in the National Cricket League 60 strikes. Atlanta skipper Angelo Matthews stepped up and put a heroic show, scoring 85 runs of just 33 balls, as Atlanta put 145 runs on the board in 10 overs.
Jimmy has decided to loft this, and yes, he is going to get...
Chasing the target, LA remained ahead of the asking rate almost throughout the chase. Wicketkeeper batter George Munsey scored 33 runs off 11 balls.
It's George Munsey again.
LA batters Adam Rosington and Tim David then struck an unbeaten partnership of 95 runs. Rosington scored 52 of just 18 balls, but Australia's Tim David slammed 58 runs from 19. LA Waves won by 9 wickets. In match number 7, Robin Uthappa and Chris Lynn gave Chicago a great opening stand that dented the Wahab Riaz-led Gladiators hard.
Downtown, 6 more.
Uthappa scored 66 of 27 balls and 100 came up for Chicago in 6 overs. Despite Uthappa's wicket, the carnage did not stop as Lynn scored 60 of 23 balls. Chicago posted a total of 173 for 2 in 10 overs.
Gives it a whack.
In reply, Texas Gladiators were given a decent start by David Malan and Kenner Lewis. Michael Leask unleashed fury as he took 4 wickets for just 27 runs. Uthappa led Chicago Cricket Club, defeated Texas Gladiators by a huge 41-run margin in the NCL 60 strikes.
And a very, very convincing win here by Chicago of 41 runs.
T10, a brave new pitch for ICC, and also perhaps the format that gets into the Los Angeles Olympic Games. That's all we could pack into this bulletin. Thanks for watching.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है।
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day.
PM Modi says lotus bloomed in Haryana. He joins the victory bash as BJP clinches a hat-trick. PM targets Congress, puts anti-India conspiracy charge. Shocker for the Congress party routed in Haryana. Did divisions in the top leadership cost the party? Congress says it can't accept the results. In Jammu and Kashmir, NC on song takes the Congress along. BJP wins in Jammu region, no show in Valley. Mehbooba Mufti's PDP is routed. Aam Aadmi Party gets a surprise seat. NC Chief Farooq Abdullah says Omar Abdullah to be the next CM. In his first interview to NDTV after winning, Omar Abdullah says need to build NC-LG relationship. Many people have voted for National Conference for the very first time and hope that PM Modi lives up to the promise of statehood. Hello and welcome to News at 10. I'm your host Rika Roy and we start with all the election news. After massive Haryana victory, there were celebrations at the BJP headquarters. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said BJP's record straight term in Haryana is the victory of politics, of development and good governance. The Saffron Party clinched 48 of the 90 seats. He led the party's hat-trick celebrations in the Haryana Dangal. The BJP defied exit poll predictions and effectively countered anti-incumbency to notch up its best ever tally in Haryana after being in power in the state for 10 years. While addressing the party workers at the moment of victory and thanking them, PM hit out at Congress, calling it anti-national party. Let's listen in.
कांग्रेस सोचती थी कि वो चाहे काम करे या न करे, लोग तो उसको वोट देंगे ही, लेकिन अब कांग्रेस की पोल खुल चुकी है, उसका डिब्बा गोल हो चुका है। कांग्रेस सत्ता को अपना जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार मानती है। आज पूरा देश देख रहा है कि कैसे कांग्रेस हमारे समाज में जाति का जहर फैलाने पर उतर आई है। जम्मू कश्मीर में उसकी सहयोगी पार्टी डर के मारे पहले से कई कह रही थी कि कांग्रेस की वजह से उसे नुकसान हो रहा है और आज के नतीजों में भी वही दिखा है। कांग्रेस ऐसी परजीवी पार्टी है जो अपने सहयोगियों को ही निगल जाती है।
Historic victory in Haryana. Bharatiya Janata Party cadres gathered over here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, and it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who addressed the cadres of Bharatiya Janata Party for almost an hour. Prime Minister clearly stated that there is truth and development which have prevailed in the land of Gita. Prime Minister also stated that this is a victory of constitution and democracy. It was also Prime Minister in his long speech stated that BJP is the largest vote share in Jammu and Kashmir, and for the first time any party has returned for third time in Haryana. It is Prime Minister who attacked the Congress party and stated that Congress is spreading poison of casteism. Those living in five-star lives are instigating the poor over caste, and also Prime Minister stated that people have recognized Congress's conspiracy. Finally, Prime Minister stated that the victory in Haryana will take Haryana to greater heights of development, and the cadres over here clearly celebrating of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and certainly it was also JP Nadda who attacked the Congress party, stating that it was in Jammu and Kashmir that Bharatiya Janata Party received a phenomenal vote share as well, and the amount of seats that they have received from Jammu region is incredible. Certainly from here on, Bharatiya Janata Party will be forming another time government in Haryana from here on, and the much excited workers at Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, the energy that they have certainly will be transformed for another elections of Delhi, Jharkhand and Maharashtra. This is Ashwarajan with journalist Gauri Prakash for NDTV in Delhi.
Now, Naib Singh Saini, the sitting Chief Minister of Haryana, will get another term at the top. Leaders of the BJP have said any speculation on the subject amid his alleged ineffectiveness. It is a gamble that may have paid off BJP. How Naib Singh Saini became the man of the moment? Take a look at his journey.
एक बड़ा मोमेंटम पूरे हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर बना है, बहुत बड़े मैंडेट के साथ। आप ऐतिहासिक सीटें हरियाणा के अंदर आ रही है और तीसरी बार सरकार बना रही है।
The big news is that the Congress party is all set to form the government if these numbers come through on October 8th.
Despite exit polls favoring the Congress, Haryana Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini expressing confidence of a BJP hat-trick. Saini, who was appointed just 6 months ago replacing Manohar Lal Khattar, was facing anti-incumbency of 9.5 years. From an unapproachable Khattar to an accessible and affable leader, Saini forced course correction for BJP in Haryana, scripting history for the Saffron Party with its biggest victory ever in the state.
आज हरियाणा के इस बेटे की प्रशंसा पूरे देश में होती है। इतने कम समय में बहुत कम लोगों को इतनी लोकप्रियता मिलती है, और इसका कारण भी है हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी 24 घंटे हरियाणा के विकास के लिए समर्पित रहते हैं।
54-year-old Saini, the incumbent Chief Minister of Haryana, launched a number of schemes to help poor in his attempt to win back their votes. BJP's calculation was replacing Punjabi origin Chief Minister in Khattar with an OBC CM in Naib Singh Saini would help it win support among the OBCs, which form nearly 30% of Haryana's population. The Saini factor consolidated the non-Jat votes as well.
हमने हरियाणा में एक बीसी के बेटे को गरीब घर से, नायब सिंह जी खड़े हो जाइए, जोर से ताली बजाइए नायब सिंह जी के लिए। एक बीसी के बेटे को हरियाणा का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया है। अब इनके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा आगे बढ़ेगा।
Buoyed by its Lok Sabha performance just 4 months ago, where it won 5 seats, the Congress was hoping for a landslide. However, Naib Singh Saini staged a comeback. Saini's political career began in the early 2000s when he became the district president of the BJP Yuva Morcha in Ambala in 2002. Though Saini lost the first election he contested in 2009, but would go on to become an MLA from Narayangarh in 2014. His proximity with Khattar ensured him ministerial berth, and then he rose through the rank in the party. When Khattar was told by the party leadership he must relinquish his seat, his pick was Naib Singh Saini. But very soon Saini would come into his own.
जितना काम किया है उसके ऊपर मुहर लगी है। ऐतिहासिक जीत मोदी जी की नीतियों को दी है।
क्रेडिट किसको दें?
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों को और प्रधानमंत्री जी के कार्य को ये सारा का सारा क्रेडिट हम देते हैं, जो उन्होंने जबरदस्त तरीके से हरियाणा के लोगों की अपेक्षाओं के ऊपर खरा उतरते हुए और हमारी सरकार ने उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके जो भेदभाव क्षेत्रवाद का, परिवारवाद का जो बढ़ता जाता था उसके ऊपर हमने विराम लगाया है।
हरियाणा चीफ मिनिस्टर नायब सिंह सैनी held statewide yatra announcement MSP for 24 crops and rupees 2100 for women under Laddo Ban Yojana has really consolidated votes for him. Not only this, we have seen he was also able to counter the Congress narrative of angry farmer by announcing a lot of schemes for the farmers. Not only this, he was also able to counter the narrative of Agniveer, which was mounted by the Congress by making a lot of announcement for state jobs for Agniveers. Undoubtedly, Saini has engineered the biggest electoral upset for the Congress. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Ladwa, Haryana. You are holding this roadshow for thanks to all the voters. How do you see your victory?
मैं लाडवा के सभी लोगों का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं, जो स्नेह, जो प्यार, जो आशीर्वाद लाडवा के लोगों ने दिया है। आप देख रहे हैं मैं 4 बजे से रोड के ऊपर हूं और लोगों का जो आशीर्वाद, प्यार, स्नेह मिल रहा है वो काबिले तारीफ है। मैं दिल से लाडवा के लोगों का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि इतने बड़े भारी जीत से उन्होंने कमल का फूल यहां से खिलाया है। मोदी जी की नीतियों के ऊपर आज हरियाणा के लोगों ने मुहर लगाई है। मोदी जी ने जो काम किए हैं, जो एक नया हरियाणा, नया भारत बनाने का काम आदरणीय मोदी जी कर रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर मुहर हरियाणा के लोगों ने तीसरी बार
आपको टाइम बहुत कम मिला।
जी की नीतियों के ऊपर मुहर लगाई है।
आपको टाइम बड़ा कम मिला, लेकिन आपने हमेशा कहा कि मैं बहुत काम करना चाहता हूं, नॉन स्टॉप हरियाणा चलाया मैंने। तो कैसे देखते हैं उसको? आपको लगता है लोगों ने एक्सेप्ट किया?
बिल्कुल एक्सेप्ट किया है। जितना काम किया है उसके ऊपर मुहर लगी है। ऐतिहासिक जीत मोदी जी की नीतियों को दी है।
क्रेडिट किसको दें?
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों को और प्रधानमंत्री जी के कार्य को ये सारा का सारा क्रेडिट हम देते हैं, जो उन्होंने जबरदस्त तरीके से हरियाणा के लोगों की अपेक्षाओं के ऊपर खरा उतरते हुए और हमारी सरकार ने उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके जो भेदभाव क्षेत्रवाद का, परिवारवाद का जो बढ़ता जाता था उसके ऊपर हमने विराम लगाया है। पूरे हरियाणा का समान रूप से विकास।
सैनी साहब ने ऐसा क्या मैजिक किया है कि जो कांग्रेस के पास अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट थी, उनके पास किसानों का मुद्दा था, वो क्या लगता है कि ऐसा मैजिक क्या चला?
वो झूठ बोलते थे, उनका झूठ बिका नहीं और ना आगे बिकेगा। उन्होंने 3 जगह अपना झूठ बेचा है। एक हिमाचल में बेचा, एक कर्नाटक में बेचा, तेलंगाना में बेचा। उसके बाद उनकी दुकानदारी खत्म हो गई है, उनका झूठ नहीं चल रहा। मोदी जी की नीतियों को, मोदी जी की गारंटी के ऊपर विश्वास देश और प्रदेश कर रहा है।
अब मुख्यमंत्री की शपथ कब ले रहे हैं सर? मुख्यमंत्री की शपथ कब ले रहे हैं?
जल्दी बताऊंगा।
So, this is the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. He has already made it very clear that the policies of the BJP has been accepted by the people, and that's why they are able to get big mandate. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Ladwa, Haryana.
Now, subdued election morning at the BJP headquarters and early celebrations at the Congress office were seen on the counting day. But the early celebrations turned out to be a gloomy day after a few hours, and a confident Congress lost the Haryana seat.
A subdued election morning at the BJP headquarters and early celebrations at the Congress office. Minutes into the counting of votes, dhols, crackers and slogans heard at the Congress office and sweets already distributed. Less than 5 kilometers away, An otherwise buoyant BJP approached the early leads with caution after the exit poll setback and the surprise Lok Sabha mandate less than 4 months ago.
Congress workers continue to throng the Congress party headquarters with that hope that the exit polls, as well as what they have done, is for them, for the Congress party, it's been a very difficult and hard-fought campaign.
Even I am witnessing there is no halwa or no laddu preparing at the BJP headquarters early this morning, because the early exit polls had predicted something else for the BJP this time. But BJP leaders are waiting to see the results, and then only they'll step out and come out at the BJP headquarters.
With Congress in a sweet mood too soon in the day, party workers distributed Haryana's world-famous jalebis on the bitter counting morning, before the day turned unsavory for a now salty Congress.
What is your message to Prime Minister Modi as well as Home Minister Amit Shah?
He should have a jalebi today.
But the celebrations proved premature soon enough, with the tide turning dramatically and results going the BJP way decisively in Haryana. Dholwalas were seen leaving the Congress office and celebrations fizzled out, with the BJP surging ahead well beyond the magic number. A dramatic turn after a dull morning, the laddus rolled the BJP way, countering the Congress's jalebas to celebrate their big fat heartland victory.
After initial grimness at BJP headquarters in the morning, the BJP supporters by evening started rejoicing the historic verdict that many would have not thought after the exit polls.
The BJP is all set to milk its sweet victory ahead of key state elections just months away. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Time for a very tiny break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है।
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that inform.
Welcome back. The Congress National Conference Alliance has crossed the halfway mark and secured 49 seats out of 90, winning the assembly elections, and is set to form the government in Jammu and Kashmir. Of these, 42 seats belong to the National Conference, 6 to Indian National Congress. Omar Abdullah will become the next Jammu and Kashmir CM. Here's Omar Abdullah to NDTV in one of his first few interviews.
Well, I'm joined by the man of the moment, Omar Abdullah, who has won this election, not just his party, but he's winning from 2 seats, Ganderbal and Badgam. It's a double victory for Omar Abdullah after recent defeat in the parliament. You are smiling?
I think there is ample reason to smile. We've done well, better than we had expected. And as you said, I managed to retain both my seats by a good margin. So contrary to some of the doubters who were saying that this was a sign of weakness, I said right in the beginning, it's a sign of strength. I want to show that Baramulla was an aberration, and it has been proven so.
So when you actually decided to contest election, I spoke to you that time. And you said the first transaction of business of this government would be in the assembly to pass a resolution, show the rejection of people to what Centre has done on August 5, 2019.
I believe this mandate is a rejection of that. The fact that by an overwhelming margin, the BJP has been kept out of office. The BJP has won seats, but they are very far from the halfway mark. That in itself tells you that the majority of the people of Jammu and Kashmir do not agree with the politics of the BJP. And it is reflected in the way they have voted.
Your manifesto has made several promises, including restoration of statehood, fighting for the 370, giving so many things to the people. Aren't you now under the burden of expectations?
Well, certainly. The burden of expectations is something that we have sort of come to realize over the course of today. It's not just our manifesto. It's the way in which people have resoundingly come out and voted for the National Conference. Considering that we didn't fight all 90 seats, we fought far less than 90.
Exactly.
Therefore, the win ratio for the National Conference.
And I may add, your strike rate is 75%.
Well, there you go. I wasn't aware of that, but it's a statistic that I'll definitely be happy with. No, but coming back to your original point, yes, I think people have a right to expect things from us, and it is our responsibility to deliver on their expectations. Obviously, some of the things that we have promised, we will start immediately. Some of the things that we have promised will require us to work with New Delhi to get our statehood back. But I believe, as I said earlier, that the Prime Minister is an honourable man. We don't say Honourable Prime Minister for nothing. I believe the Prime Minister is an honourable man. He has promised the people of Jammu and Kashmir statehood, and I hope that he will live up to that promise.
And BJP has been saying time and again, first delimitation, after the reorganization, they say first delimitation, then election, then restoration of statehood. How soon you are expecting that to happen?
They said as much even in the Supreme Court. Therefore, I would like to believe, look, nowhere has the BJP ever said that first BJP government, then statehood. Even in the speeches of the Prime Minister, nowhere did he say that only a BJP government will get statehood. He said Jammu and Kashmir will get statehood. Therefore, the people of Jammu and Kashmir have spoken. And I hope that the Honourable Prime Minister will be magnanimous in restoring statehood to Jammu and Kashmir at the very earliest.
So when we see the results, as I said, your strike rate is 75%, but the Congress performance has been much less than what many had expected, even Congress had expected. I mean, you may have also expected them to do. It is actually which now clear is that there was a pro-NC wave, and they were riding on that NC wave in the valley, and they have miserably failed in Jammu.
Look, I think there will be time to analyze the performance of the alliance as a whole. Obviously, I think the Congress has a number of reasons to do some soul searching, not the least of which is Haryana, because once again exit polls were proven to be completely wrong. They were wrong in Jammu and Kashmir, where they had said there will be a hung assembly. There is no hung assembly. They are wrong in Haryana, where they had said BJP would lose. It didn't lose. That said, I am grateful for every seat that we have. I am extremely grateful that we have got the number of seats that we had. Could we have done with more? Of course. We could have been greedy and said, yes, we wanted 10 more, 15 more. Nahi mile. Lekin jitne mile, main unka shukrguzar hoon.
Moving from politics to sports, now in the National Cricket League matches being played in US, Atlanta and Chicago won the matches 6th and 7th in the T10 League. Angelo Matthews scored a half-century in losing cause, while Robin Uthappa led his team from the front. Take a look.
Down the ground. Oh, full toss.
Well, he's gone
A high-scoring encounter unfolded between Los Angeles Waves and Atlanta Kings in the National Cricket League 60 strikes. Atlanta skipper Angelo Matthews stepped up and put a heroic show, scoring 85 runs off just 33 balls, as Atlanta put 145 runs on the board in 10 overs.
Jimmy has decided to loft this, and yes, he is going to get...
Chasing the target, LA remained ahead of the asking rate almost throughout the chase. Wicketkeeper batter George Munsey scored 33 runs off 11 balls.
It's George Munsey again.
LA batters Adam Rosington and Tim David then struck an unbeaten partnership of 95 runs. Rosington scored 52 off just 18 balls, but Australia's Tim David slammed 58 runs from 19. LA Waves won by 9 wickets. In match number 7, Robin Uthappa and Chris Lynn gave Chicago a great opening stand that dented the Wahab Riaz-led Gladiators hard.
Downtown, 6 more. So far.
Uthappa scored 66 of 27 balls and 100 came up for Chicago in 6 overs. Despite Uthappa's wicket, the carnage did not stop as Lynn scored 60 of 23 balls. Chicago posted a total of 173 for 2 in 10 overs.
Gives it a whack.
In reply, Texas Gladiators were given a decent start by David Malan and Kenner Lewis. Michael Leask unleashed fury as he took 4 wickets for just 27 runs. Uthappa led Chicago Cricket Club, defeated Texas Gladiators by a huge 41-run margin in the NCL 60 strikes.
And a very, very convincing win here by Chicago of 41 runs.
T10, a brave new pitch for ICC, and also perhaps the format that gets into the Los Angeles Olympic Games. That's all we could pack into this bulletin. Thanks for watching.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है।
Pro incumbency.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.